Okay, so we'll open the meeting of the Newbury Selectboard for Monday, May 22nd, or May 9th, 2022, at 7:15 p.m. This meeting is being broadcast on local cable TV and recorded for rebroadcast on local cable channels and on the internet. The meeting is also accessible by remote participation. If you dial in on Zoom from a phone, it's 646 area code 646-558-8656. And regardless of whether you're coming in on the internet or on the phone, the meeting ID is 854-0185-4687, and the passcode is 064776. The special annual town meetings are this Saturday, May 14th, beginning at 9 a.m. at the bandstand. The Finance Committee booklet for town meeting is available on the website, and there are print copies at various locations around town. There's a pre-town meeting informational session tomorrow night at 7:30 p.m. and in person and via Zoom. And the connection info for that is on the town website. Also at town meeting, there'll be an electric vehicle, EV demonstration here at the 1910 building parking lot. There'll be a number of different EVs parked for people who are interested in taking a look at cars that currently are available that people in town happen to drive around. So that'll be right out. Well, you can only see if you're sitting in this room, but out by the EV charging stations along the east side of the parking lot. And so this is a reminder to subscribe for email town news and announcement at the town website, wnewbury.org/subscribe. So our first order of business for tonight is select board reorganization. And I've been chair for the last year. I will not be chair next year for regardless of whether or not anybody wanted me to be, for personal reasons. And yeah, we need to select a new chair, vice chair, and secretary. And I'm not going to make a motion right off because I guess I just wanted to talk a little bit about strategy, or you know, what's been done historically, and is there any historical trend that makes sense? Archie, you were chair for 2 years in a row, immediately prior to me. This is also the final year of your current term, and I guess I had in the back of my mind that historically, typically the person who was in the final year of their term was most likely, not necessarily, but most likely to be chair. I think, you know, Wendy's been on the board for a year, probably comes up with a lot more good ideas than I ever do, and is, you know, highly capable, and has really grasped all material. So I'm just curious how either of you feel about the prospect of being chair. Archie, what are your thoughts?
I honestly hadn't given it much thought. I think probably that in terms of what yeah, I was chairman in two years in a row, and that was kind of an odd situation with COVID and with an issue with one of the other selectmen. So that was one of the things that was going on there. I would, with Wendy's experience in a lot of different boards and commissions in the town, I would feel very comfortable with Wendy being the chairman. I don't have a problem with that. Normally, I would say that I think it does take a little bit of more than 1 year of seasoning, but I think Wendy's a special case. She's done so many different, worn so many different hats in the town that I think her breadth of experience with the town is very good. So that's where I'd leave it. I don't have a problem being the chairman, but it's not something I'm looking forward to. Yeah.
Pretty diplomatic. So, Wendy, what are your thoughts?
After only being on the board for a year, I don't feel ready. I appreciate Archie's opinion otherwise. I mean, I'm willing to do it if Archie will not and choose not to. Also having a full-time job or more than full-time during the week, I know that I can devote as much time as you've been able to. So that seems like I'm sure other board members have worked around.
Yeah, it is. I don't know how I would have done it if I had a full-time job.
But Archie did it. So
yeah, right. Well, I guess if I'll make a motion for Archie to be chair. But you still can decline, Archie.
Okay.
Second.
That was an equivocal. I'm declining. Or I haven't. Yeah. No. No. I can. I think I can handle it if need be. But like I say, I would feel totally comfortable with Wendy being in that seat.
That was about as much of an equivocation as I can imagine. Okay, well, so you were nominated. We had a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Okay. And then we need a vice chair, and there's only 2 people remaining. I would nominate Wendy as vice chair.
I think you should be vice chair since you've been chair.
Actually, I guess that's a reasonable way to look at it.
Unless you want to do the emails and do the work.
You're probably much better at that. Not, just because you were more prompt than I am. Kind of.
Okay, I second that.
What's the motion?
The motion, I guess I can't make the motion from there. Maybe I can.
All right, I move to have Rick Parker be vice chair.
Is that a second, Archie?
Oh well, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that well. Did Wendy decline that or what?
Yeah, she actually did.
Oh, okay.
And she countered.
Okay. Okay, I will second that then. Yes.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And
Archibald, aye.
abstain. And I guess I would then move that Wendy be for another year secretary of the board.
Clerk.
Clerk. Second.
All in favor?
Archibald, aye.
Parker, aye.
Abstain.
Thank you.
I just wanted to note on the committee assignments that I'm on the CPC, not Rick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. That might have been a carryover. I started with last year's memo, and
Yeah.
so sorry about that.
So these can continue, right? Or do we have to rotate?
If you could make that motion.
I just wonder what the practice is to rotate, or, I mean, it seems like it's good to have some continuity on some of these.
Yeah. I have no objection to that.
What do you think, Archie? And
I couldn't hear that, so I'm sorry.
I was just saying on the committees, is it historically, do you rotate membership or can we just remain on the same committees?
There's actually been no rules about that. Some people like to do certain things and some people are better at certain things. So I don't, there isn't a particular rule about that.
Okay.
Or even any traditions, no.
Sure, I'm fine with staying.
All right,
staying-
I move that Rick Parker represent the select board on the capital improvements committee. And David Archibald represent the board on the investment policy committee.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oh, that's right.
And I abstain on my,
I'm just.
Boy, we're off to a
Yeah,
really.
I don't know if
I was
it's a
actually-
conflict. It's
I was-
not like you're
I was
getting a
contemplating-
benefit.
You're appointing yourself.
Right.
It's not like a conflict. You're not getting a benefit. It's you're giving yourself more work to do.
Yeah. Get nothing.
Go to more meetings.
Okay. Yeah, and I would nominate Wendy to be on the CPC and the school building committee, which I guess will be ending after this year, I assume.
second,
All in favor?
Archibald, aye.
Okay, and nominate Archie to be on the investment policy committee. Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I was clearly not thinking, I was thinking about the fact that you actually have to endure me as, endure my chairmanship for the balance of this meeting, because Archie has to be physically present to be chair of the, to chair the meeting.
Correct.
So,
Well,
anyway,
Plus
so,
you set the
so,
agenda, so you should.
right, well, yeah, but normally would have been moved over a seat and, yeah,
All right, moving on.
okay.
Okay, so 1A, this was received timely. Annie had sent it to me back on April 28th, and anyhow, everything's in order. I would recommend approval of the one-day liquor license by New England Equine Rescue for their event on June 11th.
Okay, and they have all their insurance and all that.
Yes.
stuff.
Yep.
And they're what's the term for the bartenders?
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman, can I just
certifications.
ask a question on that? Just one thing, I don't know, maybe I'm being extra fussy, but if there's kids there, sometimes we've made a stipulation that the alcohol serving is somehow segregated from the rest of the event with just some, some kind of a little barrier so that that's all.
Okay,
You could put that on. The event's still a ways off, so if that was going to be real problematic, they could always come back in a couple of weeks and, make us aware of that. But I think if that was a condition the board wanted to impose, we can just communicate that to them. And
yeah,
I don't know if I'm being paranoid, just throwing that out there.
it looks like, I don't know if, I don't want to put Annie on the spot, but it looks like she joined the meeting. I don't know if that topic came up. She's been the point of contact.
Do I need to answer something?
actually, Walensky. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yes,
I was Carolyn with the, oh, I see. Okay.
I'm here. I was just going to say,
Oh,
I'm
great.
here to answer any questions if you have any for me,
Okay.
representing Near.
Is there is that something you can reasonably accommodate, keeping the alcohol somehow separate from where the kids are?
Yeah, I would think that we could cordon it off and put it in a place that's slightly off from where the kids are. We can find some way to accommodate that.
Okay.
Great, okay.
So I have a general question about these.
Yeah.
This is not a town facility. So but typically a liquor license or it's a permit, so a license.
Yeah.
So what are the criteria that you evaluate?
I guess you would probably, I think it needs to be a nonprofit. And and that you've been assured, by the police and fire that there are no issues, no safety related concerns that they have.
Okay. This is
And,
the first one that
yeah, okay, yeah, well, we don't.
Yeah, they don't come up very often at all.
Okay.
Carolyn could address that. I think she's spoken to multiple people in town about security and parking and all that. Carolyn, if you could address that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've had a couple of conversations with Mike Dwyer already, and I had another conversation with Sergeant Johnson this morning. So we've been talking about, managing parking, how to best work it. He's made some recommendations that we're going to follow. We're going to be in touch as we have a better sense of numbers in the next probably 2 weeks to reevaluate if we need to make any changes going forward. They're going to be there for a touch of truck as well. We're going to have police and fire in attendance on that level, but we're going to discuss if anything else is needed in addition to that.
Great.
So
If I could add, Carolyn has also set up a page on Eventbrite in an attempt to track the interest. So we will know, hopefully, how many people we can actually expect. It sounds like it's going to be a very popular event. It's a wonderful organization. Obviously, I'm their neighbor. But we're trying our best to coordinate with the authorities and get a good guide on how many people we can expect. So hopefully a lot.
Yeah.
So I move to approve the request for one-day liquor license for New England Equine Rescue North on June 11th.
With the condition.
With the condition that a separation between the alcohol serving section and the rest of the event be established.
Can I ask a quick clarifying question about that? So when you're saying that it needs to be separate, are you saying that to consume the alcohol, the beer, that they have to be in a separate spot, or it's just where they're purchasing the beer and then they can go sit with their families and listen to the music or something? I just want to make sure that I understand fully what the expectation is going to be.
Well, I mean, I would interpret that as just the purchase, the sale, but Archie,
Okay.
No, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's fine. I was, if it was going to be the other way, I was like, let me think how that would work, but great.
Yeah,
That's
okay, great, all right.
awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Carol. So that was seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Archibald, aye.
Parker, aye.
Thank you for taking that up on short notice.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
bye-bye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Hope to see you all there.
Are we invited?
Of course.
Yeah.
Might have to buy us a drink.
Strike.
Buy you a beer.
Joke, that was a joke. Call the ethics commission.
I guess they could have left on you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
First minute, not chair.
Boy, that was okay, so now we're gonna have a joint meeting with the Board of Water Commissioners. Bob, so do we have a quorum? I don't think we.
No, we do.
Does that create an impediment to us to appoint a?
I think it does. I just have a question
Yeah,
about the need to even do
Oh,
It's simply-
there's Larry.
it. Oh, well, Larry, well, then we got a quorum.
Yeah.
Never mind, problem
Okay,
solved.
Still, just a question. Dick resigned twice. Jack was the only other candidate. So, Dick has simply resigned the day after the election. To me, that makes Jack the next person in line. Do we even need to go through this process? Election stand, really. And if we do appoint Jack, how long is it for? Is it the full 3-year term?
no, it's for a year.
It's until the next election.
The next election, yeah.
So if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
In statute, there is no automatic giving of the position to the next runner-up
Okay.
in the way our bylaws work. In other towns or cities, that is sometimes written into the charter or bylaws
Oh, okay.
when it comes to that election, but we have to follow Mass General Law with the vacancy of nothing in our bylaws say we can do one thing or the other.
Okay.
So the next best thing is the Mass General Law. And the Mass General Law says if there is a failure to elect, like in this case, because of the non-acceptance of the election by a candidate, to fill that vacancy, there is an appointment between the board itself and the select board.
Okay, all right. I just thought it was a little bit ridiculous.
It's an
Yeah,
unusual
but
situation.
it seems a little silly, but I think procedurally this will kind of.
Okay, no,
But-
we're fine. I just a question.
Additionally, it is, I think it sets a good precedent. So if this, God forbid, ever does happen in the future again,
Right.
then we can set up this kind of situation with other boards quickly.
Right, okay. All right, just a question.
Okay. Well, all that being said, I move that we appoint John Duggan as the third member of the Board of Water Commissioners, effective until May 1st, 2023, which is the first Monday in May of 2023,
Yeah, that would be the next town election.
which will be the next town election.
Second,
So, Bob, Larry, do you, any,
No, I'm,
okay, so,
all in favor of that.
okay, all right, great, all right, so, all in favor?
Aye,
Aye.
Archibald, aye.
over and done. Now all we gotta do is swear it in.
All right,
I can do that
Okay,
momentarily.
all right.
great, okay, good. Well, that was easy.
That is easy. Okay.
Good, thanks, Bob, thanks,
All
Larry.
right, no problem.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Um,
I didn't know to.
oh, check.
Okay, I was gonna speak, okay, all right.
Check. Yes, we could.
After we speak on
I
that.
guess you didn't even need to be here, but do you have anything said at this point?
I hadn't prepared anything.
Yeah, okay,
Glad to be on the board.
great. Yeah, but absolutely, yeah.
If I
And
can speak on-
Jim will swear you in just, he's gonna say
Yeah.
one thing on the next topic and then we'll get you all set up.
This is like starting out pretty awkward.
Is it okay if I? you don't mind if I-
Yeah, I'll meet you on that way.
Thanks, Jack. Yeah,
So on the next item, due to the way the election happened.
Yeah.
And it being a write-in, there was no next option because there was a tie.
Yeah.
It was unique that Tom got 3 votes. The top vote getter was 2 or 3 other individuals with 2 votes, and so that is a failure to elect. For example, if Tom had gotten 2 votes, that would have been 3 or 4 candidates that all got 2 votes. That's a failure to elect.
okay.
So there is no runner-up, unfortunately, in this case.
Do those
So,
other candidates, those other write-ins, do they know that they were written in?
no, the statute is only that I have to contact the top
Yeah,
vote getter. And in one case, I couldn't even contact who it was because it was just a first initial and a last name.
Okay,
So I couldn't even tell who particularly it was.
okay,
So the other option now in this case would be, we advertise the position. And we have a joint meeting at the next meeting to appoint if we've had any applicants.
okay. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, it'd be great, I think, to invite the 2 Park and Rec commissioners to the meeting 2 weeks from tonight and, put out a call that if anyone's interested to submit something through the committee interest form no later than the end of next week to get into the packet for the 23rd. I know, Rick, you won't be here, but
right,
we would have a majority of both boards and get that filled. It's as you know, a really important commission to.
yeah. Yeah, and there's a fair amount.
And there's definitely interest. I mean, we've definitely, we think there's resident, I know, you all know that there's people interested, so. You may have multiple choices.
Okay.
So if people are interested, why do they not want to run? What's the desire to that?
I was really surprised nobody took out papers.
Can only tell you
We
that
don't
no
want to be in a
took a
position
piss.
encouraging people not to be part of the elective process. You know?
It would only be a 1-year appointment.
Yeah, okay. So they-
So it's the same thing with the water commission. They would only be appointed until the next election, and then they would have to run for the full position if they wanted.
But then they'd be running into incumbent, which is. So how else will that be advertised?
We can put something on the news announcements and Facebook.
Yeah. Okay, next we have the request for temporary road closure of a portion of Church Street for use as a staging area for Rockstar Bridge repairs. And that's from SPS New England, the contractor.
And they're present. They are
Oh, they
present.
are present.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Giulio Pellegrini, SBS New England.
Hi, how are you?
How you doing? Good, how are you doing?
And we've got Wayne on as well, who's been the primary contact.
Okay, good. So, thanks.
I had one question.
Yeah.
In our prior discussions, we had talked about no fuel being stored in that area, but that's not in the letter. I just want to make sure that
Oh, yeah, no, we don't plan on having any storage tanks. There will be fuel in the equipment that we have on site, but there's not going to be any storage tanks of fuel on site.
How do you refuel the equipment? You actually bring in a truck and?
Yeah. We have a company that actually brings fuel and fills up equipment for us.
Okay. Great. And
Mr. Chairman,
yeah,
I had one question. Any really heavy duty equipment with tracks rather than wheels that might be damaging to the pavement or no?
We wouldn't anticipate any of that equipment. Most of this work is going to be marine work. So we're going to have barges, man lifts, cranes on the water.
Okay.
But we won't really have much going on land. We'll have some equipment to receive deliveries and move materials around, but it won't be anything with tracks.
Okay.
will you actually be using the boat ramp at all for?
We do plan to use the boat ramp.
Yeah, it's a pretty rough shape. I guess you probably have already seen that.
Yeah. We'll be installing like a docking system next to the boat ramp. It won't affect the boat ramp, but it'll be used for us to park our boats so we can access the barges and equipment in the water.
Okay. I was also curious about the work that you're doing now. Is it actually the temporary repair or the permanent repair?
So the repair is actually going to be semi-temporary but permanent. So we're going to be installing this bracing design, to the truss, in between the trusses, kind of just to put it into a sturdy enough position, tension the upper cord, and then move the span into swing position. Then we'll be cribbing the entire bridge over the fender and removing and replacing members of the upper cord in kinds. And then, so it'll be like, there's like a temporary repair to open the bridge for navigation. And then eventually, when we get all the steel for the actual bridge repair, that'll be soon to follow.
So the it says the construction will be ongoing to the end of August of 2022. So that's actually the temporary repair, or will it? Well, I'll let you clarify what repair will be accomplished by the end of August.
We're hoping to have the bridge operational by the end of the summer.
Right.
Completely. That's the goal. I mean, I can't, there's a lot of factors that we're still figuring out right now, but that is our current goal.
Okay, well, hurrah to you if you get that done. That's great, if that happens in that time frame.
Yep.
So for vehicular traffic, like just back to normal by the end of August?
That is the goal.
Wow.
Wow.
So that puts some pressure to get some response from MassDOT regarding protections for.
But see, don't quote me. Please don't quote me.
No, we understand. Yeah, your client is Mass DOT and not.
I'm not supposed to speak for Mass DOT on anything.
No, that's
in our
okay.
contract. I'm only speaking to, be able to take this closure of Church Street.
Okay. Great, well, let's hope that works, and that would be fantastic if it was actually usable by the end of the summer. That would make a big difference to a lot of people, not least of which would be both Pentucket School District and Whittier. So. Great. Okay. Did Wendy or Archie, do you have any other questions?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think we need a motion. So I would move to grant permission for the temporary road closure of a portion of Church Street as described in the meeting packet for use as a staging area for Rock's Village Bridge repairs. I feel like we're kind of maybe taking a jump faith if we say that it's valid through the end of August, because we don't want to be back here in case things get slowed down. So
In December.
yeah, so yeah, say through we'll say through December.
Yep.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Archibald, aye.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Julio, for being here.
Anytime. Have a good night.
Anytime. He's on the next agenda. How's it going? Where are you at? How much longer?
That would be great. Yeah, that's done in August.
That's
10 minutes off my commute. I appreciate that.
Yeah, a lot of people. That street, I live on a dead end street, or nearly a dead end street right now. Yeah. Okay, next is an update regarding the Cortland Lane survey, a discussion of parking and access for the new conservation land off the Coffee Street. So there was a survey done using a surveyor that does a fair amount of work for Essex County Greenbelt. It was in general, I think this was a really small job. Town had tried to locate somebody to do it and essentially got no response. So fortunately, Greenbelt had a standing relationship and was able to get the work done. Do we have any drawing or anything for?
Yeah, it's in the supplement. I gotta, give me a minute, I'll pull that up.
Yeah, okay, well, if we can.
Yeah, we can.
It's in the regular.
Yeah, but it's just the regular got posted. Oh, is it in the regular?
Yeah.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. I thought it was in the supplemental. Great, okay. In that case, yes, we have it.
Page number 22, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Great. I'll do a screen share. Okay, so there's the survey. Was there a particular?
Yeah,
Also,
well-
I'm just want a clarification what the flags indicate. That's the corner of.
Those are the stake or where the monuments are. So they're,
So it's
granite.
So that's this one here.
So there's a stake at
Oh,
each
that
one.
one, okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Right,
And then this is the-
and this is the other one,
Okay.
yeah, so.
Angus, can we see the picture of that one?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, so that was the first one, and this is.
So this is the one on the left and this is the one on the right.
All right, yeah, right there. So, I guess, we have a couple issues and, one of them is that when the houses were built, utilities were actually put within the right of way, which of course at that point in time, although it was on the drawing, had not, the acceptance of the right of way hadn't been properly executed or hadn't been fully executed. We voted at town meeting, but never filed with the registry of deeds.
Right. Well, and I think when it's been a while since I looked at the building permits for the houses right at the end, but I think they were some of the first houses to be built in the development, which I think was a good 6 or 7 years prior to the street acceptance in 2006,
Okay.
which then, as he said, was not properly recorded at the time.
Okay. Yeah. I looked, I think it was 2001 was maybe when the houses were built.
That sounds about right. Yeah. In terms of when the building permits were issued.
Yeah. So, that's one issue that one way or another we need to address because we just need to document, in my opinion, nothing needs to move, these are, the utilities serving the homes, for the people who currently own them. But we need to document and, do it in a legally appropriate way so that the town doesn't ultimately lose that land through adverse possession.
So what would be required to document that?
Well,
Is this survey
the survey is part of that, but Angus and I had a conversation with Sharon, one of the attorneys for KP Law, whose specialty is land issues, and she had recommended that we talked about an easement, and the problem with an easement is that I think it only runs for 30 years or something like that. It's not a permanent, it's impermanent. And the alternative that she recommended was what you referred to as a licensing agreement, which is essentially, licenses them to, have whatever it is they have on the land as documented. But, we're gonna have to get more detail. We just talked about that and really, briefly when we had that conversation. So we don't know yet what that licensing agreement would look like. And if there would be any of the survey work that would have to be done to document what was within the town of Rutherford.
And so would that stipulate that no further encroachment?
I think you definitely want to do that. Yeah.
I have a question. How does this affect the, there's another property owner that's been concerned that if this area was used for off-street parking, how the presence of those utilities on the right of way that they are concerned about that affects their property on the one end of their property, how does it seems to me those utilities thereby block that.
Well, so Archie, they don't actually, they don't block the center section. The home on the bound on, the utilities and mailbox and such for the house on the south side is probably only 2 or 3 feet into the right of way.
Okay,
The house on the north side, their utilities are a little bit more than that, and then there's lawn and landscaping.
Is that this one?
Yeah, exactly, like that tree that, that scarlet maple.
so what, I haven't seen it with the stake, so would, I think they were concerned about whether they would be able to get a tractor or something in there. Does it seem like that would affect that or not?
Yeah, well, Albert Singh is here, to speak to that issue. So Albert has some thoughts, I might have some counter thoughts, but we should talk about that. And of course, there's everybody else, so.
I'm just asking it as a question, yeah.
Yeah, well, my thought is that would be easy to accommodate, and in fact, in a way, a parking area might better designate what was going to be kept clear, going for, what was going to be available for access, going forward. If there is off-street parking put there, then, we met out there with somebody from Greenbelt last week, and, they felt it was pretty simple to, if there's a fence on the back side defining the end of the parking area, it's pretty simple to set it up so the fence, it takes 2 minutes to pull it out of the way, and then you have a clear path.
And so that would be on the end of the dog leg, on the far left? Like where?
Yeah, it would just be, so that dog leg is, I can't see this, I can see it here, so it says 115 feet into the first corner.
Yeah.
And it would only go about 20 feet in. Yeah, so the discussion was for the parking area to be about 20 by 20, roughly.
Okay.
Albert, do you want to comment on that at all?
No, I think I understand your reasoning behind it. My concerns are more, in the future for us, who we work with. So
If I just, hey, Archie, can you hear Albert?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, great.
But if you want to make sure everybody can hear, Albert, if you can come up here, that mic should be working.
I think from the front row, it definitely works. I just don't know further back if it picks up that sound.
Sure.
I'll go to the chat. The question I had was, who would I work with to remove the fence? Is just something that we have an implicit understanding that we could remove the fence and get in, or would I have to work with the select board? Would I have to work with Essex Greenbelt? It seems like there's a lot of logistics.
Yeah,
I
okay.
understand how that would work.
Yeah, I think because it's it's on town land, I think you would just speak to the DPW director. That
That would make
That-
sense
that
to
would-
me.
yeah,
Should be easy
and-
to coordinate.
yeah.
Mhm.
I don't think you need to specifically, reach out to Greenbelt.
Okay. Yeah, and I think for me, it's just strange. I understand that there's a difference of opinion. It's strange that you can put a parking lot in the middle of a right of way. It just seems strange, but I understand that there's a difference in.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's likely that the right of way will never be built out for anything else. So then it becomes town-owned land that, is the parking area in the right of way, or is it not in the right of way?
So, but my understanding is the reason, like historically speaking, some of the historically why these papers existed was so that these large parcels of land didn't get cut off, right? The reason why they don't built out, part of the reason was to get frontage, the other reason was to give access to these larger parcels behind the parcel that is developed.
Yeah,
So I just wanted to make sure like our access doesn't get
correct, yeah.
cut off.
Yeah, I mean, it's something we should talk about more. When we were on the site, we talked about that at some length.
Right.
And it's quite possible that it actually makes your access easier.
Sure.
The other thing that we have to be concerned about is that, trees grow, as you know, because your land's in chapter 61.
Yep.
But the trees in the access grow.
Yeah.
And if anything gets up to the point where it exceeds the scenic roads bylaw, even though it's not in a usable road, it may then become an issue that has to be dealt with through a public hearing.
That's right. And we do actually still have Wayne on. I don't know if he's, but he had raised that issue when we were out on site last week. And I think he mentioned it before, but that if, for instance, if a tree had to come out that was within the right of way, that would trigger the scenic road bylaw.
Which isn't a big deal. We have that meeting during a select board meeting too, if we want to do a hearing. It doesn't have to be a big deal.
So scenic road removal, does that trigger planning board or is that just the tree warden? Not just.
No, it is just but what we have used the planning board in the past because they were hosting a meeting that had to do with the applicant who was on the planning board for another issue, but it's actually, it's an individual meeting. It could be done any way we want to do it.
So, at some point, regardless of what goes on, what is decided as far as where parking is actually placed. I think it's important, Albert, that you connect probably with Wayne and just figure out what route you use. And because, there are trees growing in there right now that at some point in the future will get to that threshold.
Sure.
But they're not, I don't think there's anything. I mean, we looked in there and there are some large, high quality trees. And then there are some that are not necessarily great trees and they're small still. And, maybe it would make sense. Maybe, Wayne, I don't want to second guess what you might think there, but, it might make sense for some small trees to actually go away now.
That's not a problem, but if you recall during our walk, there was a lot of also high hazard trees in there too. So there's obviously some larger trees that could obviously get taken down if we cared, but there's nobody there. If a tree falls and nobody's there, do we remove it?
Yeah.
But if it's going to be people do a little removal of some of the dead stuff there.
No, thank you. I think that's, Wayne, if I can, connect with you at some point in the future, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
To talk about that. Yeah, I think my only request would be that, for me, that if we could, I know we talked about this, Angus, but we could get a letter from town or town council to say that the rights don't change with the parking lot being built at this position. Make us feel a lot better. Because I think historically what happens is once a parking lot is there, I'm not talking about next year, but 15 years down the line, it's always been there, and all of a sudden you want to go in there, then it becomes a big big to do.
Yeah.
When the sort of the thinking of the moment is gone. Right?
Okay.
And that sort of memory is lost a little bit.
Okay. So I wonder how we would actually, what would be the best way to do that? Just a letter from the board or from?
No, I think the request is a reasonable one because that was what the town attorney said verbally. So I think having that documented would be good, and where we're going to be working with them on, or potentially on license agreements on the utilities. I think we've got to kind of re-engage them in this issue, and I think having something setting out clearly the abutters' rights is going to be good for not just for you, but for the town over time, so that there's consistent understanding of that. Because it is a totally unique situation. I'm not aware of any other situation like this in town.
So the licensing agreement would be for the right of way, not with each abutter?
No, I think the licensing, would be for the utilities. But and those are separate from the rights that the abutting landowner has for access across the right of way.
So, what would be helpful maybe if we could, if it was possible to show on my map, the, well, I know that it's possible, but I'll get it real quick here, Wendy, just so, but Angus will probably get there quicker. But, you can actually see where, the Ting Powell, Albert Ting and Nancy Powell, it's their land, where their property is relative to the L, and yeah, so that's their property relative to the L, and then you can see the other abutting properties.
And so the parking area is where?
It would be right about just slightly to the left of where Angus's
So right
property
at
is right
the
now.
beginning of the L?
Correct, yeah, right at the beginning of the L, and roughly centered off of the cul-de-sac.
Well, but one of the questions before the board carrying over from prior meetings is whether parking would be on or off street, but yeah, part of why I included in the packet the page from the FinCom booklet is that had been one of two options laid out when the town was acquired, or I'm sorry, when the parcel was acquired by town meeting. But since that time, the decision's been made that this parking option A is the favored option based on site visits that took place.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess there were three issues to address. One was the encroachment on the L. The other one was the concern about access to our Ting's property. And then the third is the concern by the neighbors, John Neal and Dave Connors, who are the properties on either side of the L. And, they sent I saw a letter that they sent that probably was a part of the packet, but
I just came in today. Yep.
Oh, okay.
This is
Yeah. Yep.
Came in today, and I John, I know you're on right now.
Yeah, this is John Neal from 14 Cortland Lane. I just wanted to go back to what Angus just said, because just making sure I understood. You say that the favor right now is for off-street parking?
No, I said what was favored was this location, Cortland Lane, relative to the Coffin Street, which had been the option B that had been set out when the land was acquired by town meeting.
Yeah, so John, I'm not sure. I think maybe you hadn't yet moved into that house. In fact, I guess I'm sure because I know that the previous owner was involved in the process. But when we voted at town meeting and voted to spend $175,000 of CPA funds, the expectation was, part of the plan was to park it one of the two places as are currently shown on the screen. And it was decided that the space on Coffin Street was not as favorable, it was just not a good spot for a variety of reasons, and that the best place to put it was up on the cul-de-sac. So that decision was made. One of those or the other was going to be used based on the commitment at town meeting, and it was opted to take the one on at the cul-de-sac on Cortland.
Yeah, and I guess I know I sent the list of preferences and complaints regarding the entire situation, but I guess I'm just trying to struggle with how can we make this more simple, and why we wouldn't just offer on-street parking and not have to go through some of the construction and doing what doing what you want to do to build a 2 or 3 car lot in the right of way.
Yeah.
Because on-street parking. I live here. There's cars park in a circle all the time. Even if there is an off-street spot, it's not going to stop anyone from parking in the street anyway. I guess I'm trying to understand why we wouldn't favor on-street parking.
Well, I guess I'd be surprised if there's a parking area, a 2-spot parking area that people were going there to hike, and that was the trailhead. In my own experience, I've never gone somewhere when there was designated parking for hiking and it was available, but I didn't use that space. And that's probably 500 or more places over the course of my life, maybe 1,000. So everybody does things differently, I guess, but I can't imagine why you wouldn't use designated parking for a hiking trailhead if it was there and it was available.
Does the trailhead absolutely have to go at the end of the cul-de-sac? Can't someone access trailhead and exit somewhere else and make this a simple loop through here?
Part of the process, John, in doing this, and this went through a long process and involved acceptance at town meeting, was talking about linkage and multiple access points to trails, so that we're trying to make the trail network friendly to the residents of the town and the taxpayers, and the voters. And, you know, so a requirement for this property, you know, something that was offered as part of, you know, expected as part of the deal when we spent the money, was that we were gonna have trailhead with parking to access the property.
Yeah, no, I understand all that. I guess I'm just, I'm an avid hiker myself. My family and I, we go hiking all over the place. We go on Coffin, we go on River Road, we go everywhere. Numerous locations all over the state. I guess I'm, you know, I think, and I share my other neighbors' concerns too. I mean, I think it's, you know, overall, it's just, it's not, I mean, putting a trailhead and having public access at the end of a dead end cul-de-sac, it just doesn't seem practical to me. I don't think it seems practical to a bunch of us, but yeah, I just, you know, I travel around, we go to a lot of different places to park and hike too. And, you know, my wife and I and our friends would never travel down a dead end street that appears to be a you know, a private area to go park in front of someone's house and jump on a trail. I guess that's just like the reality of what we're thinking.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a comment. I can think of a precedent. Actually, there's probably more in our own community. At the end of Farm Lane is a cul-de-sac, and the property that is there's a trail there that goes right off of that cul-de-sac, and that is the only access at that point. This isn't something that we haven't done before.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm, you know, my family moved here a year and a half ago. We moved here for very specific reasons, and you know, there's just we have a lot of concerns about. I understand it's public, but we have a lot of concerns about inviting, you know, more people into this neighborhood who don't understand that we have, you know, a dozen kids playing our cul-de-sac and in my driveway every day, and people who aren't used to driving to this neighborhood that will not take the same cautions. I mean, including my own kids who play here. So, you know, we've got concerns
that this happens a lot of places. I just gave you an example of one where we have exactly the same situation. People park in the cul-de-sac there to walk that particular property down by the river. So this isn't a new thing in West Newbury. And this was part of the deal to conserve a huge area of property that otherwise there would be several houses in your backyard. Those were part of the deal that the town went for, involved them having access. It wasn't to just lock the property otherwise is essentially inaccessible, because the access on Main Street and on Coffin Street even more so, it's just impossible. Everybody has lots. Some people live near the high school. Some people live near, that's just the way life is in a community. Everyone has to get along with everybody else. Some people live near the reservoir, and there's plenty. Your concerns with trash. Well, that's one of my big deals, and we got to get the way that people don't do trash is we keep reminding them not to do that, but this is life in a community. That's the way it is.
Oh, you
Yeah, no, I think it's a unique situation just because I think with this happening, all three abutters moved in about 18 months ago. So
right.
It's a unique situation. So
right.
I think it's one of those where everybody's just trying to process it. It was never on our radar.
Yeah.
So I think I agree with the new chairman, chairperson, but also from a voter point of view, we're all trying to figure this out together, you know.
Yeah.
So just a little bit of just, I think we're seeing a lot of us processing it.
Right. No, and I can understand that, you know, having moved in after the fact, after things happened, and I'm sure it wasn't represented exactly what had happened. The details probably weren't made clear. But, you know, this was all in process at the time.
So when's there going to be an official vote on off-street or on-street parking for Cortlandt Lane?
That's a question whether or not we get to that tonight, John.
So was there a discussion from the site?
Yeah, there was this discussion. So the options, you know, are to have parking on the cul-de-sac. And you know, that would be probably 3 spots on the cul-de-sac, 1 designated as handicap, and then 2, you know, 2 that were non-ADA or non-handicap parking, you know, general parking, or to have a space adequate for 2 cars off the cul-de-sac, you know, it'd be a gravel space, and 1 handicap space on the pavement, on the cul-de-sac.
And so these spots would just be forward?
Yeah, they'd be, pull straight in, yeah. And so the space necessary to do that was, I don't remember, Wayne, was it 18 by 18 or 20 by 20, something like that, would be the size of the space.
I think 18 by 20 we decided.
Okay.
And that would be gravel, like the one that was just put in on River Road?
Yeah, similar to that, yeah, similar surface, or you know, or the greenbelt space that over in Indian Hill. Or,
so would there be wooden posts or anything?
yeah, there would be a most likely, you know, greenbelt would actually do the fencing work, but there would be a wooden fence. Mike Carbone of Greenbelt said, well, you know, maybe it would make sense to put a gate for the accessibility issue. But the other alternative is that you use a split rail fence and you just, you know, you have a split rail, you know, the posts far enough apart, and you just slide a rail out and set it down the ground, and when you're done, put it back in place. Or slide 2 rails out, set them down the ground, and when you're done, put it back in place.
And with the idea of being in the center, you know, to be equally between the 2 butters. I mean, it seems like for Albert's use, it would be better to be in the front.
Right, yeah, and you know, and the Connors have a fair amount of lawn
in
the town right away, and you know, I think personally, I think we should try to minimize what we disrupt there, but at the same time, there's then a little bit of an embankment. You can't see it in you know, in this view, but there's an embankment up here, and it rises a couple of feet. You know, and it isn't a sharp embankment, but you know, Wayne would have a better perspective on this because you know that's work that DPW would be doing, but you know, it would require some cutting into the bank, and it would just be different grading issues. You know, I personally think it would be better to have it more centered on the flat, but that's, you know, that's subject to discussion.
Mr. Chairman, is Wayne there? Oh, yeah, okay, I see him.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask Wayne what he thought in terms of a long-term, in terms of just upkeep and so forth like that, which, you know, which would be easier for the DPW?
Well, easier for DPW is not happening, but in reality, though.
Wayne, you broke up a little bit. Can you repeat that?
So in reality, we're not going to do much maintenance on it anyhow, especially during the winter months. We'll be probably using it to store snow, which we do right now. So the only maintenance that really has is replenishing the gravel when needed. When it's, maybe it gets washed out or something like that. So it's minimal maintenance. So obviously not having it there would be no maintenance. Having it there would cause some maintenance for us, but it's not something that we would be out there maintaining every month. Looking at every month. It's like a once a year checkup and see how the gravel's holding.
If we had I'm sorry, if we had on-street parking, so what would be the entrance? Would we have to change would there have to be a curb cut with a that kind of thing to make it accessible, or what would need to be done if there was strictly on-street parking?
No, as there's currently an existing wheelchair ramp beside the mailbox to the right of the mailbox, so you could accompany that into, if you had to, then you gravel the path from that end of that sidewalk to the right of the mailbox to the path. So you do have handicaps, you do have this thing, handicap accessibility right now.
So, one of my thoughts about the advantage of off-street parking as opposed to on-street parking, of course, the residents there now all have young kids, but in 10 years, they're going to be teenagers, because that's what we all become, and we're going to have friends who also drive cars. And if there are spaces on the cul-de-sac, you can be pretty confident that 10 or 12 years from now, there are going to be instances where kids are having friends over, and the obvious space is those spaces on the cul-de-sac, and that's where people are going to park. Or they're going to be, lawn care companies parking them. They're not going to be available for trailhead access. If there's a designated trailhead parking area, and there's signage that that identifies the name of the trail, or however the trail is, it would be Greenhead, right? Greenbelt uses that was a Freudian slip. Greenbelt uses pretty subtle signage, but still there would be signage designating it as a trailhead. And that's much less likely to get filled by people who are parking, to visit their friends.
I mean, people could still park in front of that on the cul-de-sac.
Yeah, I think that's less likely if it's clear that it's a parking area, that people will park in front of it. Seems to me.
So is there additional information we need for your decision? We have all the work that's being done.
Well, we probably would want a sketch of what to do. The other thing is exactly the placement. Like you sell that, the scarlet maple, it's a non-native tree, so ecologically it has no value at all.
Yeah.
And it's pretty much smack dab in the middle of where the space would want to be, unless you decided to shift it over and cut into the back. Trees, they do provide pretty much zero ecological value. Nothing feeds on them, nothing. Pretty to look at. So, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you or Archie have had a chance to look at it. If you'd like to take a look at it, if we want to sketch.
I've been out there in the past. I haven't been out there since the markers were put in, but I sort of I can see either, this is one thing I sort of don't have I don't feel strongly either way. I could go, it seems like on-street parking is the easier solution that less disruption, and it seems like it would be easier to accomplish. That's sort of, I guess that's my feeling, but I do also understand the vibe that maybe some people would feel that they would feel almost sort of uncomfortable parking on the street because it's not really, is it really designated for the trail, and would it be used less because of that if there wasn't a off-street designated little spot? So I guess I can go either, I literally can go either way on this. Wendy, what's your thoughts?
I like the idea of off-street parking better from the trail user's perspective. I mean, in terms of the impacts to the abutters, is it appreciably more if the cars are parked right on the grass there, right at the edge versus on the street? I mean, I guess I don't see the.
Yeah, it seems to me that they actually be less, the cars are gonna be less visible there.
Right.
But, because, there's that landscape island, it's on the right of that view right there.
Yeah.
And, if there are cars parked in that area, to the area to the left of the island, they would be almost completely blocked from view from the Connor's house. And I think they would be completely blocked from view from the Neal's house.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I favor on-street parking over off-street. And I guess in my experience I walk down Coffin and up River Road every single day of the week almost. And, there's rarely ever a car parked in those spaces, maybe one. Again, I just going back to what I think it was Archie was saying. If it's less maintenance, it's less work, it's more, it's more simple. I mean, I don't know. I guess going through all of that to do the off-street parking and then having no one parked there or a car every now and then, I don't know. Anyways, I favor on street, obviously, but
So what is the action item here?
Well, do we want to make a decision now, or do you want to take a look at it, or does
No,
anybody
I've
feel
been
like
up there. I'm ready to make a decision.
Okay, all right, well, I guess I would move to have off-street parking, space for 2 cars off-street, and then we have to figure out exactly where they'll be.
Is that something that Wayne can decide? The replacement, what makes the most sense for them?
There is this, certainly Wayne could, there is a significant difference, do we remove a tree or do we cut it at hillside, which is the better way to do it, and,
So I didn't hear that, Rick.
it said, essentially, in one case, you remove that tree, in the other case, you cut into the slope. And it's not a huge slope, but there is a bit of a slope there. So,
My thought would be, since the board is the, roadway commissioners, and I think it's fair to assume that, one or the other neighbor may favor whether it's closer or further. I think that's a decision that probably should be made by the board.
okay.
You don't have, a sketch or a layout tonight. I think if we have a motion, if that's voted, then there'd be a clear direction to do off-street parking. But I would think just, to try to do the best we can to do it in a way that's, most sensitive to the neighborhood. It would probably be, I don't know, maybe we could even line out like two alternative layouts.
Yeah, yeah.
And that way, I just think of, some far lesser things than this, like the electric vehicle charging stations have gone through a full site plan review process.
Right.
That doesn't apply here.
Yeah.
But I think that in the interest of, neighbors knowing what's going to happen ahead of time, and also not frankly putting it on Wayne's shoulders, because if, he's.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So, yeah, I agree that we should decide, I think we should decide as a board. Do we want to go look at it individually? Do we want to go up there? We can go up as a site visit. If it's a site visit, I think we can be somewhat less more. Does the site visit need to be posted? Not trying to avoid, but
Only if there's deliberation. If all you're doing is visiting,
Yeah.
that's fine.
okay.
But the minute that
Probably
you,
ought to post it.
I think it probably ought to be posted, so you talk about pros and cons of it.
I think, Angus, your idea, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a yellow tape or chalk line or something to see what it would look like. I think that's not a bad idea.
So, I guess we could go up there with flagging tape and some stakes and just lay it out ourselves. That way we don't put the burden on Wayne to do that.
I think laying it out, I don't know, but I just think the decision ought to rest with that.
All right.
board.
Well, wait, you comfortable marking out the two options and then we go out and take a look at them?
Yep. So, Archie, I don't have any issue being out to meet you guys out there with some rope and some paint, and we can mock up the grass a little bit and show the two alternatives, and then we could leave it if you want, and the residents could see both options when we drive away, go out and look at it and see what the two options are.
That's good. That's good in my feeling. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I guess just to get the motion done. So, I made a motion for the off-street parking. And did you second one again? Okay. And all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. So that would be posted site visits. So I'll work with the chair on the timing of that. I don't think it's going to be, right away. There's kind of a backlog with town meeting and post-town meeting. So that may not be in the month of May. That may be in June. I know from Greenbelt that they've actually pushed back the purchase agreement till July 30th because of some unrelated issues. So I don't think there's like a imminent. No, they had emailed back about a week and a half ago that they, because of delays with the EEA on the status of the conservation restriction.
I think the urgency was on the decision on the Coffin Street, the actually relinquishing that possibility, if I remember right, that was a while ago. Wasn't that? They wanted us to commit, they needed a commitment one way or another regarding the parking.
Oh, yes. Yeah, they wanted, that's correct. Yeah.
And it was, it was concluded that was not great spot.
Yeah, so they had extended the closing date through May 26th. No word from EEA on the CR review, despite repeated phone calls and emails. They're working with Save Our Wetlands LLC to extend the purchase agreement through July 30th. And that was from Vanessa, and she's on vacation through May 11th. So she had sent this back on the 25th of April.
Okay. So, yeah, Archie, you'll then be coordinating this in, next meeting or, sometime in the future, I guess, that's chair.
So I will, I would provide notice to the same people who have been receiving notice of these meetings. So that would be all of the direct abutters who are, I think, represented here tonight. Either.
Sorry, I missed that. Is there a general timeline?
I think in June. I know that both Wayne and I have just in the workload reasons, I think it's not going to be like in the next 2 weeks for sure. And I think
June they're coming out to mark.
Correct. Yeah, the idea would be to go mark 2 different scenarios of how it may lay out, and then post a site visit, with a posted agenda for the board to meet on site, and that would be open to the public, of course.
Okay.
So I'll work with Archie on what's a reasonable, and with Wayne on what's a realistic timeline. It's not that it's going to take all this time. It's just that we got an enormous amount of other things that are very time sensitive that are kind of need to
this
take.
is not, this is not time sensitive at all, because Greenbelt hasn't executed their deal yet, and
And even for them to construct the trail is
irrelevant until the trail is.
yeah, and they were kind of non-specific on it's not like they've expressed an intent of when they would build the trail. So, if that gets done by the end of the summer, that maybe but I haven't heard them say that.
Yeah.
So, and it took a while for some of the other parking that they've done.
Right. Yeah.
Sometimes lags a ways behind acquiring the land. So.
Okay. So I think we're done with that. The next item is a public hearing regarding the proposed amendments to the personnel policy. Regarding sick rules for qualified part-time employees.
So there were no written comments?
Not that I received, but I do think, I don't, I think there's interest. I know there's interest, but no, I didn't get any formal written comments.
I actually have one thing that I noticed that hadn't occurred to me before. And in the proposed sick leave, at the end it says unused sick leave may accumulate from year to year to a maximum accumulation of 960 hours. So for somebody that's working full-time, 40 hours, that represents 24 weeks. And then I guess because they're being paid, they accrue at least a week of vacation during that period. So effectively, it's about half a year that they can accrue up to half a year's worth of sick leave. But ironically, if you're a qualified part-time 20-hour employee, it's sort of another one of these limit cases where if you can acquire up to 960 hours and you also are getting vacation pay, essentially you can get a full year's worth of sick leave accumulated. Which, going back to the fairness issues we were talking about earlier, in another day, it sort of, again, conflicts with that fairness issue.
I think I would be, if there was some kind of like a payout of accrued sick leave at separation of service, I would be, I think that would be a real issue, a real concern. I'm not saying it's not an issue. I think there is a inconsistency there, but that's, and this isn't intended to change the current policy of 120 days. It's just intended to clarify it.
Right.
I think, if there was like a payout at separation of service, then that would be a, more tangible benefit.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, the ironic thing about it is that by clarifying it, by making hours as opposed to days, in a way it actually flips to.
Yeah, that's a
creates a new
good.
situation that didn't, because before if it was 120 days and if you were qualified part-time and 120 days, 120 days, whatever, however many hours you work.
Well, but it's not that simple, and that's where it would just never be resolved, honestly. If, 120 days, you could spend a lot of hours
Yeah.
debating what's a day. And so I'm trying to eliminate some ambiguity, but you raise a valid point for sure.
So, I don't, I'm just throwing out an idea. I'm not gonna, argue it, but, should the, maximum accumulation of sick leave be prorated as well? So it's essentially equivalent, you can get up to, 24 weeks, whether you're full-time or qualified part-time.
One of the complexities I can anticipate with that is if someone's hours change over time, which does happen, it gets very messy.
Yeah.
So there is something, good about having a set number, even if it is disproportionate, where, it does result in the fewer hours you're budgeted to work, the more weeks of sick time you can accrue. But I really think there's other kind of guardrails in place against any kind of like abusive sick time. I mean, that's really, the supervisor has to sign off on sick time. So I feel like it's on paper, it's a benefit, but it's not something that's actually. No, I know, but in terms of like, is it a real benefit? It's only there if you need it, it's sick time is can only be used if you're, sick or doctor's appointment, that kind of thing. So it's more of a, like on paper.
Yeah.
But I mean, your point's valid. It's not, this thing's mind-bendingly complicated.
Right. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm not, like I said, I'm not gonna argue the point. I noticed that it was an inconsistency and did we care about it?
I mean, if we think that
It's
this.
less of an inconsistency than.
Right. I really want to get this right.
Right.
So if we haven't gotten it right, I'd rather continue that, talk it through and have it voted next time and get it right. So if that is something that is a concern from a policy standpoint, then, I think if you think it's a concern, we should try to get it right, because we don't want to just keep spending time on this policy.
Right.
So
A lot of other work to do. Well, I don't know. I mean, what Rick's saying is, should the total accumulation be prorated as well?
So let's look at it a different way. So if you work 20 hours, then 20 hours per week, then effectively that would be 20 hours per year would be the maximum you could accumulate.
It would, Rick, it would take 24 years.
No, 40 hours would be the maximum. Yeah, that's what I was gonna figure out. How many years would it take to actually get there?
24 years to get that.
Yeah.
And that's if you never used any sick time. So that's a really long time.
Right, yeah. So from a practical standpoint,
It's not going to happen.
yeah, not likely.
You live with it?
I can live with it, yeah. It wasn't something I just noticed it was inconsistent.
Do you know what that accumulation is based on? Is that a benchmark for disability pay or anything like that? Or?
I don't know. It's what was in the policy when I got here. So,
Well, it works out to be about half a year. So if you're really sick and, hopefully whatever we have,
I mean, I'm sure at some level, whenever it was put in place, there was some interest in limiting the total accrual, because that is something that we report to the auditors, and it counts against, counts as a financial encumbrance on the town or a financial liability. And that would have been the case 20 years ago, just as it is now. So I think any town is going to have an interest in having some cap on total accrual. What tends to happen for the long tenured employees who tend not to use much sick time is, at least this happened the last couple of years, is they'll donate that time at the end of the fiscal year to the sick bank. So the time remains in the system, just is no longer in their column. Yeah, of course.
At one point, where people didn't pay for the sick time though, and that was like to limit what they would get paid.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know anything about that.
At one point, one of the people left, and I think easier. And they changed it right after that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I had no.
Yeah.
Was that, was that in the union contract that they
Oh,
got?
I don't know about that.
Okay. Huh.
Yeah, I don't
Was
know
that-
if it was, maybe it's not that. I don't know.
Because it's not in the union contract now. It's something that's, it's been added in the last couple of years at, I believe, what, 15%?
Right.
So now it is, now it is it's been in, I think, the last two contracts that we've negotiated,
They might not even been in.
but they had to bargain to get that in there. So right now at separation of service, I think it's 15% of unused accrued sick time. I think that's now in the police contract.
No, don't say that, please.
It was when Gary first started.
So 20 years. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe, yeah. Oh, well, you're right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so by the way, I made another mistake and I didn't open the public hearing, so I'm retroactively opening the public hearing and none of this conversation has happened yet.
But it's all been recorded, so you can bring it in.
Yeah, there was a motion, yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
So, of course, we did all hear what we've said for the last few minutes, and does anybody else have anything else to offer?
I would like to hear what the employees that are here. have to say.
Oh, okay, well,
I'm
you
just
have
here-
more,
I'm just
okay.
here to see what you guys have to say.
Okay, Jane, do you have anything?
I'm a bit confused on the record keeping. It's one way downstairs and we have it a different way upstairs and the policy's different, it doesn't jive, so that's what I'm doing.
Okay, is this pretty clear?
Yeah, they're both very clear,
Yeah,
but it's just the record keeping is different for
They need
we're
to,
off and we're just figuring it out.
and I guess I'm more here because I want to know about, so I've obviously been here for 17 years, so it seems like they've already changed this, like almost retroactively taken away some of the sick time. So I just want to make sure that as the date that you guys vote, it's on the final. Is that when the policy will change? Because I don't think we should take it away.
Yeah. So
Anything wrong before.
and the board did discuss that last meeting when referring this, that any change would be from the date of their vote.
Okay.
So that's going to be something I can work, depending on what the board votes, I can work with my office because when I sent out the memo back in June, it was intended to, make it clear so everyone could track things consistently. And so that's how the finance department has done it. But based on the discussion 2 weeks ago, it sounded like the board was inclined to have it apply from whatever date you voted.
No.
Yeah, that's now she's a whiz
And I
with
haven't changed
spreadsheets, so.
mine.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I haven't changed mine, I said I'm not changed, so I already know, so we'll just go back and.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the goal is to get to where the numbers always reconcile.
Right.
And in fact, the goal, as you know, is to get it to where the accruals are on everyone's pay stub, every paycheck.
Right.
So everyone knows exactly where they stand on vacation, sick, and personal.
Yeah.
So that's the goal.
Okay.
That's been the goal for a long time.
Anybody have any other?
I have one more question. So is there anybody in town hall that works, if they're all salaried in your offices, or like?
You mean qualified part-time?
No. Anybody downstairs in the office, in the finance office, are they all salaried?
No.
Oh, okay, so if they only work 36 hours, shouldn't their sick time be based on 36?
That would be the case, but that's not, there's no one who works only 36 hours.
Oh, okay, so everybody's here on Fridays, full day?
The hourly workers work 40 hours.
Okay. It's just on Fridays or one time. It says you close at noon and people.
Yeah, I know, but stop by sometime after 4:30 and you'll see, and I won't name names, but
Oh, I know.
the
So
hourly
I'm not saying
workers
that
are-
people aren't
yeah.
here, I'm just saying.
yeah, no, yeah, I mean, that's a separate issue of the,
From the past, too.
oh, yeah, no, in the past there were, yeah,
And then they stopped it, and then people were putting in that they were funding it, they were working.
I do know that. And that was why I didn't sign payroll for the first year I was here, because I wasn't comfortable that there were accurate representations.
If there are people that are working 36 hours and they're.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think that's been addressed, and, you know, as like I said, the people are actually working 40 hours that are getting the approval based on 40 hours.
But yeah, I mean, it's, the whole salaried and hourly is definitely, matters and, for that
That's what.
purpose. But yeah, for hourly employees, and that's not a subjective decision. That's a really fact-based decision based on labor law and advice of counsel. But that's something that someone who's hourly, where the policy defines full-time as 40 hours a week, works 40 hours a week. That doesn't, that does by definition include hours worked in addition to the 38 hours that the building is open. That's, I'm speaking for the employees that I oversee.
Yeah.
So,
I just didn't know if some people do, because it's, I just on the website, it says employees news, so I was like, hey.
but
I was just asking.
no, I understand. It's yeah, and it's difficult to generalize because not everyone's, some people's schedules are different, so for instance, in the finance office, very often there's people there till 5:30 because of the workload. For instance, in assessing, the chief assessor I know was there full days on Fridays. I mean, stop by anytime, 2 or 3 on Friday afternoon, that office is staffed. So it is, that's one thing we've talked about is trying to get to uniform hours like most towns, but that's for reasons I don't fully understand. It's been a very controversial idea. That is something I think we ought to look at because right now, the scheduled hours vary in some departments.
Okay.
But so where it says full-time employees here, that's 40 hours.
That is 40 hours. Yep. Yep. That's how it's defined in the personnel policy. So.
Okay. Anybody have any other questions or no? Okay. I'll make a motion that we adopt the proposed sick leave policy 5.2.1 as shown in the meeting packet.
Second.
Any discussion? Yeah.
Did you want to add anything about how the record keeping in minutes from here on out and that prior approval?
Yeah, and that's effective effective tonight, effective as of this vote.
Yeah, I might even suggest like June 1st, just because we do post the accruals per month and just, yeah, just so we don't get into like fractions of fractions.
That's fine, yeah.
Right. Right.
Okay, right, yeah, so then effective, as of June 1st.
Angus, is it better to start it on July 1st? Just asking.
No, we post accruals every month. So, but that gives a couple of, just a little bit of, first of all, it avoids fractions of fractions, which you can do on Excel. It just makes it more complicated.
Yeah.
But also between, it gives a couple of weeks, to work with the finance staff and make sure that, when we go to that because this is going to involve going back, roughly 10 months or 11 months to repost, which isn't rocket science. It just, it gives us a little time so that. Yeah.
And then change it back.
Correct. Yeah. But it's all linked. So it's anyhow, it's easy. It's no problem.
Well, they could even change this.
Yeah.
The new pay period starting on the
Okay,
3rd.
so anyway,
But we don't do it pay period. It's by month.
all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Make a motion to go out of the public hearing.
Public hearing, thanks, Archie.
Yeah, Archie.
Well, thank you.
Oh, we still got the personal
Yeah.
policy, the personal day. Yeah.
A second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, now I make a motion to open a public hearing regarding proposed amendments to the personnel policy regarding personal day accruals for qualified part-time employees.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, so
This one became much more complicated than one might think.
right, yeah, but I think it's a net benefit.
Yes, I think it would help every single employee in terms of amount of accrual.
Right.
And hopefully, clarify so that everything reconciles. That's really the goal.
So in essence, it will now be 16 hours of personal leave per year for full-time employees, and then prorated for qualified part-time employees. So that's now essentially 2 days of personal leave, and will be taken in minimum increments of 4 hours, unless there's a fractional amount left, in which case it can be taken. The remainder can be taken. And so this kind of clarifies personal leave, and it also ups it. It basically doubles personal leave, the rate of personal leave, and the thought there was that it. In large part, the thought there was that it was unrealistic to think that only once a year would an employee have something personal they had to deal with that they need that leave for. So, and that's really the net gain for all employees.
And I know it says this, but just to be clear, the way it's written would not apply to employees in a collective bargaining agreement or with an employment contract. The 3 employees with employment contracts right now are myself, the town accountant, business manager, and the police chief. Since each of those contracts and collective bargaining agreements already specify terms, I wanted to put it in a way that didn't muddy the water on that.
Great. Archie, do you have any words of wisdom?
No.
Wendy? Okay. I didn't catch that, but it's a smile, so it was either positive or funny.
Or wry. It could have been a wry smile. I don't know.
Okay, so, yeah, absent any other further discussion, I guess I would move that we adopt the proposed personal leave policy shown in tonight's meeting packet, and that it would become effective on June 1st.
Actually, yeah, this one would be July 1st.
Oh, because it's annual.
Yeah.
Okay, so there we go, first after July 1st, okay.
Second.
So that's just like the person they know.
Yeah, well, so the way, just so when you apply the prorating to the personal days and have the hours, it does result in an outcome that in some cases I think isn't fair, where the accrual is less than someone's normal workday. In those instances, on a case-by-case basis, I've just had the staff write that off. Like, you know, if someone's regular workday is 8 hours, but they're accruing, 6.664, that's, in my view, not a fair outcome. So even though on the spreadsheet, it does show as the deficit, I've just told my staff to just write that off, you know, because it's a day, the spirit of it is a day. You know, you have a day. And so if your workday is 8 hours, or your workday is 5 hours, or your workday is 6 hours, you know, it's a day. I think the way this is written going forward will be a little bit different than that, with the 4-hour increments. And that's partly why it was written that way, so that, again, it wouldn't be subjective. We want a policy that 50 people can read and do the math and come up with the same number. That's the goal. So. But in terms of going backwards, like that has come up a couple of times since just because in the spreadsheet it does show this prorated formula. That's not how it's been applied.
Yeah.
That is, I think, a literal reading of how it's written, but that's not how it's been applied.
Okay. So, not to be a troublemaker, but again, trying to imagine sort of permutations that might come up if you work 4 or 5 hour days and 20 hours a week. And so you accumulate at a rate of 8 hours per year.
Mhm.
And you want to take a day off, which is 5 hours.
Mhm.
It doesn't have to be in increments of 4. It can be an increment of 5, and then you'd be left with 3 hours, which would be fractional. It could be taken at a later point.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay.
And in that situation, you could either have the second day supplemented by 2 hours of your vacation time, or you could work with your department manager and work those hours outside your normal schedule. I mean, that's, you know, so there's no one saying you have to stay within that schedule. You could work an extra hour 2 other days within that year, you know, and make yourself whole, you know, in terms of pay.
Great. Okay. So, your motion, and a second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Make a motion to go out of the public hearing.
Second.
Second, good, all in favor? Good, like somebody's remember that, just for some reason, just.
Was there a vote?
No.
Yeah, all in favor.
Thank you. Speaking of I,
You didn't hear my eye.
we're now on the letter I on the agenda. It's a long road.
Okay.
Thank
Thanks.
Okay, this review of the policy regarding scheduling site.
So I did make 1 or 2 minor changes to this. I did not do it in red line, so I just want to make you aware. In the initial draft 2 weeks ago, it had referred at the end to, it said nor on Easter Sunday. And that has been rewritten in this draft as, nor on any holiday recognized as such in the personnel policies. That's the same, but then it says nor on federal holidays, nor on religious holidays observed by staff. So that's intended to encompass Easter among others, but not be so, target and not be so restrictive. The other change I made is, and this is, obviously for your, revision or vote, is the initial draft referred to no board, commission, or committee appointed by the select board. I broadened that to say appointed by the select board or town manager, because I didn't want any.
Yeah. Yeah, because Concom is actually appointed by town manager.
By state law, yes. Yeah. In practice, it's been handled with, it's kind of, in the statute, any appointment, actually until that new policy a couple of weeks ago, any appointment I made would be subject to the board's ratification anyway. So that's kind of the spirit of how I've handled the Concom, is it has gone forward in the routine board reappointment process. I think the last year I put a slightly different header where it was more of a ratification vote, but in practice, it's been handled the same way it's always been handled, with the board making those votes.
And so will that change going forward?
I
think maybe this fiscal year.
I think it's, it's something we ought to talk about. We're trying to do things by the book. It's just, as you know, between the Town Manager Act and the various other statutes and bylaws at play, there's not a single document you can read that sets it all out. But in the interest of doing things, totally by the book, I think that would be a town manager appointment. I think the question would then be, is that subject to the 15 days as with other appointments? It's not a staff thing, although there's this whole other thing that you're probably both very familiar with, the whole designation of a special municipal employee. And that's something you're probably familiar with as well. I don't know how much that's been done over the years in terms of formally designating some public officials special municipal employees. That is something that I think we ought to look at, because there is a reason why that's,
It has been done.
It has been done. I just don't know if it's been done. I think in the last 3 years, it's, do you have what it basically is like, I know in some cities it's done very regularly, there'll be a slate of, these are the public officials that the chief elected official, the council or whatever, will be asked to designate as special municipal employees. It has something to do with conflict of interest law, because they're generally either not compensated or they're compensated at a very nominal level.
A good example is, like, in a lot of towns, school committee members are designated as special town employees, so their money is not pensionable.
Oh, that's another one. Yeah.
Or they don't get healthcare payments. So if you get paid, that's the major one, is the healthcare benefit of it. So if there's a board that gets paid X amount, technically, if you get paid by the town, you should be able to get healthcare unless you are a designated special.
Yeah, it's one of these kind of baseline things that in a lot of towns, there's like someone who's, and I think now that we've got, as of today, for the first time in almost 6 months, a full-time town clerk's office with a full-time assistant. These are the kinds of things that we can now really get to where we're doing.
They can read Mike's legal opinions.
Because there's a reason why it's in state law.
Yeah.
It does matter. And it's not something that I know in the 4 years I've been here, it really hasn't. And I don't know about before that.
Yeah, I recall.
I know it's been done. I've seen it in the.
Once, and it was somebody, must have been somebody who had an elected position, but they also we're going to be performing a paid function for the town. And
Yeah.
they have to be designated as special.
When I was a consultant of the city of Brockton years ago, I was designated a special municipal employee for some reason. I remember it, like had to go to the city council. It was weird, but it was something, I can't remember why. I was a consultant, but
So it's probably you couldn't claim healthcare benefits or.
I don't know what it was. I remember, I mean, I was like younger. I didn't really, I was okay. I don't, you know.
Most likely.
It was important to somebody that it happened. Okay.
It'd be the pension.
Actually, I just did a quick Google. This is right on mass.gov. An explanation of how the conflict of interest law applies to special municipal employee positions. Covers all, the conflict of interest law covers all municipal officials and employees, whether elected or appointed, paid or unpaid, full-time or part-time. However, two sections of the conflict law apply less restrictively to those part-time or unpaid municipal officials who have been designated as special municipal employees. So I'll send the link and you can, you know, but that's something that's definitely a housekeeping matter, because I think as we look at the roughly 30 boards, commissions, and committees, there's some number of people, I don't know if it's on two hands or if it's dozens of people potentially who ought to be designated special municipal employees. And I don't know if it's a one-time or if it's an annual thing.
I think it's a designation of the person.
Votes should be taken individually for each board or position being designated, expressly naming the positions being designated. Once a position is designated as having special status, it remains a special municipal employee position unless and until their classification is rescinded. A list of all special municipal employee positions should be on file at the town or city clerk's office. The list should also be filed with the Ethics Commission.
That's the question is that list exists, and if it does, anytime.
Well, and it may not. This is, you know, we haven't had a full-time town clerk until recently. So under no circumstances may a select person in a town with a population of more than 10,000 be designated as special. However, in towns of 10,000 or less, select board members are automatically considered special. So, you know, we got to read the fine print here and figure out what's what. And then it goes on to say the conflict law is less restrictive for specials. And this goes on for
Days.
quite a while. So.
I remember the conflict of interest course that you have to do. That is, you know, that was really the main question. Like, but I guess
they don't matter until they matter, and then it's like,
And then it matters.
oh yeah. So should we adopt this tonight?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Or an observation. Is the Conservation Commission the only board committee that has sidewalks on the weekends? Or has sidewalks at all?
I know that the planning board from time to time will have a site visit on a weekend.
Yeah, that was once in 3 years.
Yeah, I think it's very rare. I don't know about the Board of Health. I've never, I've never specifically asked Paul that question, but I did talk to him about this policy a couple of weeks ago, which, by the way, he thought was a good idea. He didn't, it didn't sound like that's been an issue with his board.
I mean, technically, you guys could have a sidewalk on Sunday or in June specifically, just to give an example. So
Yeah.
then you could, of course, Angus.
Well, they can pretty much, I mean, really, under my contract, I can't miss a meeting without your guys' approval. So, and I'm kind of a,
We're probably not going to do that.
yeah, I'm kind of a unique circumstance, but.
Well, I mean, the reason I bring that up is because for a site visit on a weekend, that is, you know, half hour to 2 hours. I remember back the prior in Gloucester, so you spend more time driving to the site visit on the weekend than, you know, actually, and wouldn't be paid for this.
No, okay. So that was another reason why I left. It never occurred to me.
Yeah, I mean,
And get a job up in Rockport. Yeah, makes sense.
so I think we might kind of be in the same situation now. So I wonder if there's a way around this, that we aren't having employees spend a lot of time driving for a short work shift.
Yeah, I mean, in the union contracts, as you know, there's callback pay that tends to be a minimum number of hours. Sometimes it's 4 hours. There's no such policy in place for non-union employees. And I think that, you know, again, it gets into the whole salary or hourly. If someone's salaried, they kind of have to do their job. If they're hourly, they're entitled to get paid for every hour they work.
Yeah, I think this policy is good. I think we should adopt it, but I don't know if we should go further. I think Archie was saying no Sundays or, you know, we talked last time. I think at a minimum.
Yeah, but it sounds like you're thinking maybe there should be some minimum compensation, or minimum time.
Or not schedule on the weekends, you know, or you schedule at a time where the employees aren't here.
Yeah.
Something like that. I would just like to see more consideration.
Yeah, so I'm curious for, say, for Concom in particular, and I understand different communities do things different ways, but is there a realistic and practical way that the site visits could be always done during the week where, you know, they meet the, you know, the applicant's schedule and meet the schedule of the Concom members and meet the schedule of the conservation agent? Is that?
I think it would be difficult to meet all three, assuming that Conservation Commission members work, you know, their job.
Yeah. Right.
So either you would have to have the agent meet the applicant during the week or their normal hours, and the commission do their own kind of just, you know, look at the site on their own time. Continue to try to make it work, either after work or maybe alternate, or if there are two site meetings, two site visits a month, have one be at night, one be at evening. I mean, that's not really what this policy is. I guess it's scheduling.
So maybe we should do this now.
Yes,
and,
I think we should.
and then
It is
try to,
large.
right, yeah.
You know, I don't think it would be a bad idea to put the question to our consultants at the Collins Center on whether they're aware of other communities have any particular compensation policy for off hours or weekends, either meetings or site visits. I've never personally heard of anything like that, but they would have a much broader sense of that, you know, in terms of, I mean, it has to have come up in other communities.
So if that were the case, that probably wouldn't be added to the select board policy, it would be added to their employment contract.
Or to the personnel policy. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a good question. You know, I've had the very question come up in the last 4 to 5 weeks about the travel time associated with the weekend site visits.
Yeah.
Because if someone's here in the office for their normal hours or having to short those hours to be there on Sunday, and then is spending, yeah, like you said, it could be as much or more time commuting. And as we know with the IRS, you know, the hours kind of don't count until you've gotten to your workplace and left. But if you're at your workplace on a day that isn't part of your normal shift, it seems a little different than just a regular commute.
Yeah.
You know, I would be open to the idea that, I mean, I'll tell you, when I was, you know, in consulting, you know, if you're we would charge half time, you know, half our billable rate, but that is time that you don't have for your life. So there ought to be some recognition of that. Right.
Yeah, and if you're consulting, at least contracts that I've seen for consultants, it's not uncommon for there to be a minimum number of hours a shift. If you're going out the door, you're going out the door for, half a day or a day, so, there's some minimum increment. I don't know how that was handled. The way you were doing.
We never did that, but I think other firms did that were probably smarter on business. We were good at our work, but on the business side, we worked a huge number of hours and sometimes barely made ends meet. Our rates were too low. So that's a whole other story.
Archie, do you have any comments on the policy?
No, I was just gonna say, each of the jobs are, I don't know if we want to make a, I'm in favor of this little motion here, but in terms of the pay ramifications of the things, I think that's something that should be established with in the job, rather than making a blanket statement for, because we have to be careful, because, there might be instances where this, is a once a year or once every 10-year thing on some other employee. I think that we know that the conservation agent, this is kind of an issue, but I don't know if we want to make, in terms of the pay part of it, that maybe we just, that should be that should be part of the job description for the particular job and the duties therein. I don't know if we want to make it blanket for everybody in the pay part, because there's so many individual situations. I agree that there absolutely should be some kind of pay thing. Wendy had mentioned a stipend at the last meeting. I don't know what we want to do. I think we should think about it more, absolutely, but I don't know if I put it in the policies.
Okay.
So I move that we accept select board policy number 30, scheduling site visits as proposed in the packet.
Second. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Archibald, aye.
Great, thank you.
3 ayes for aye. So we got review.
That's good. That's good.
That's good, yes.
Review of draft motion for include non-annual special town meeting warrant.
Okay, so you have draft motions in front of you. I want to thank Jim. He put together, I think, a very good first draft, and then I spent some time polishing it up. But I can tell you, if he hadn't done the first draft, it would have taken me probably 3 times as long. So that was a big help. And actually, I'll say that was pretty much the exact same division of labor that Mike McCarron and I had. He would put together the draft, I would revise it, then it would go to the board, and you guys would revise it further. So.
A lot of copy and pasting, to be real. I'm not gonna lie.
I did some original drafting.
If I could point out one distinction from the CBA, CPC admin, page number 17 of the supplemental. I don't think she has not seen the motion, so her concern was designating the specific at-large person to be open space, because the way she interpreted the article was they were adding an open space member to the total number.
Who the staff person?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, the article was, when I first saw the article, I was like, that's not what we decided.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it said designate a permanent member of the CPC be a member of the open space committee.
Not replacing the at-large as the.
I assumed there was a reason for that, but and then I saw the motion has it, so that's.
Yeah.
That's
Well, is it fine? I think that's a good,
That's-
yeah, because it wasn't, it,
Should be different than the-
it's got to be within the four corners, so it falls to the moderator of whether it is. I mean, anyone who's followed the discussion in the last several months knows that that is the intent. Not just here, but at the CPC committee as well.
And
Um,
in the packet, the finance packet, it also specifically points that out as well.
Yeah, and it's got the draft language. So, I think I think that's a good, it certainly was not intentional at all. So I think, but that's something to review with the moderator so that if that question comes up, she's prepared to make a ruling on whether the motion is in order.
Yeah, because she came in and asked me about it specifically because her concern was growing it to a 10-member board instead of
Or eight.
or eight,
From-
whatever.
Yeah, it's from 7 to 8.
now,
It's
so-
7 now. Yeah.
So making it to 8, instead, that was her concern.
Having an even number.
Yeah, because it would be an even number and
Well, not
also,
that, but I think, wasn't in the bylaw, isn't it limited to the number of members that, I thought there was a.
Yes.
That specifically, not just.
Yeah, that was-
Not just the designation of who the members are, but of, what bodies they represent, but also this is the number of
the number,
members.
and that was her other concern was that we would have to change that as
Yeah.
well, and we didn't have that in the change. She was dotting her eyes as it were.
So Angus, do you perceive this being a problem?
I'm just hearing about it for this first time. I don't think so, because I really think anyone who's been interested in this, it's been really clear in all the discussions. But if there was to be someone who said, hey, that, I read the warrant and that wasn't, if someone said that, I think that's, it's going to be up to the moderator as to whether it's within the kind of four corners of what was posted.
So the revised bylaw is part of the packet that has. that.
It's part of the FinCom booklet, yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, I think notice of the proposal and the intent is really clear. And I think honestly, in the real kind of real life, I think people rely on the booklet, even though, more than the warrant. I mean, yes, the warrant's the legal document that's posted, but I don't know how many people are kind of combing through the warrant. They're combing through the FinCom booklet. So. One other thing I thought of and I'm sure there's plenty of others in these motions, there's a lot here, but one thing I thought of over the weekend that I'd forgotten to put in and that I think needs to go into article. So I'm on page 13 of the supplemental packet. So actually, I think it's 14. It's with the trucks. So page 14, articles 19 and 20. In the past, we've included some language along the lines of that the current vehicle would be disposed of in accordance with town policy. You remember that language? Is that
Always, yeah.
Yeah, it's a common clause we put in that just didn't get in here. But that's the spirit of it, is that the existing one is disposed of in accordance with town disposition policy. So we just need to dig out what clause we've used in the past and get those into those two motions. I don't, and I don't know I don't think there's anything else where we're purchasing something and replacing something. I think it's just the two DPW trucks.
The reason being that occasionally there had been times where the truck was replaced, and after hearing the whole, this didn't happen often, but occasionally it did, that we needed to replace that truck, but then it was still being used, a year later, which didn't.
The old truck.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Wasn't as bad as it seemed.
Right.
I think the only thing would be like tools or something like that from the fire department.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, the fact is that the town, we have a disposition policy. So anything would be subject to that anyway. So I don't think it's gonna be needed for that type of thing. I think for the 2 vehicles, definitely, we will want that.
Also, in the past, we'd had better luck. People always argue it either way, but disposing of the trucks or vehicles, whatever they were, independently rather than trading them in. It's always easier just to trade them in, but we had seemed to do better, at least financially, if they were 2 independent transactions.
Like through like municipal bid or something.
Right.
I guess when that was done, was there ever accounting for the opportunity cost of doing that, whatever time went into that, making the transaction happen?
Well, back in the day, Mike Rotino got a big charge out of. He loved doing that. So he always seemed to get more than we expected from when he did it. Now with the cost of used vehicles, I don't know, maybe
Yeah, you might be right.
I don't know. There might be increased demand for some of the things we're getting rid of.
So Rick, if it's okay, do you want to just take this in order? Because there is a lot of content here and I don't want to, if there's a glitch in here, I'd really want to find it before Saturday morning.
Okay.
So if I start with the memo on page 5, so I guess we'll get to the source of funding for the $25,000 study when we get there, but in terms of the proponents making the motion, seems to me with kind of, we're not post-COVID, but the reason that it was aggregated was
we
for,
did it to be expeditious, but you know what?
and also to have fewer people breathing on the microphone.
Right.
Was the reason.
I guess I kind of wonder if the bit of being expeditious, and we don't have to worry about breathing, but that actually really speeds things up.
I think it did.
I think it makes a big difference.
I think it made a difference, yeah.
Hard to say over the course of a meeting like this, but with 30 articles, I mean, it's conceivable it could make
Half an hour,
30 articles. It
half
could
an
be
hour or
an
more,
hour
yeah.
To the meeting.
Yeah. And I don't think anyone minded.
Right.
I didn't hear any complaints about that.
And people can amble up, the proponent can amble up to the mic and say what they have to say. But there are a lot of articles where that doesn't happen. And it's always a little awkward, or not awkward, but the person it's not as smooth as just the same person doing the next one. And it always breaks things up. And if somebody, isn't accustomed to presenting the article, then it just slows things down. And doesn't seem to me that it denies them the opportunity to say anything that they would want to say about the article.
It's really a formality.
Yeah, right.
And breathing on the microphone is still an issue.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy, it's amazing how many people I know.
I would agree that it I didn't think it would make much difference, but it does. It has to save 10 to 15 minutes almost, it seems.
Yeah, I think at least.
People, yeah, I mean, because some people, they're fumbling to find the paper, or the mic's not working, or everything just adds up. So I don't have a problem with keeping the way it was. That's my feeling.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so the board members will draw straws, and whoever gets the short straw will make the motions.
I was going to say, you did.
We already know Wendy's going to do it.
It has to be very carefully chosen so that Wendy gets the short one.
Does Archie just hold them up and go like this to you, Rick? And you pick that one?
So, what is it, 3 card Monty?
What about reports? Do we allow those?
I think we should. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's not that many committees that take advantage of
But we are back at a point where we can do that. By the way, I don't know if anybody's been paying attention to the weather, but 83 and sunny.
I saw that.
I was building an extra large poster related to the wetlands bylaw. Should I really feel that I don't have to finish it?
it. We should save it.
Nope, there's a Tom. Tell me. There's a policy I want to propose to you guys.
So I think that deals with the transmittal memo, and then just kind of looking at them one at a time. And just kind of pause on anything that. So the first one I've highlighted as a note is there at the bottom of Article 3 on the special, which is the sunset date. I did remember.
What page,
we
Angus?
talked about it. Yeah, and I didn't have time to go back. I feel like there was something talked about
In the special.
Yeah, we said 2 years. You said you thought 1 year was enough, but
Yeah, okay, so,
I don't know that that was in the motion. But that was the discussion.
well, the motion's up to you to how you make the motion.
What page are we on?
We're on page 6 to 7 of the supplemental packet.
Okay.
Article 3. I think 2 years, fine.
Is there a problem for having it longer?
No,
Versus 1 year?
no. I mean, I think in real life, the disposition, the more time goes by, the less likely it's to because the building will have that progress that much further. So I think it's in everyone's interest to try to get it done within a year, but having that extra year, if it comes to it, is not a bad thing.
Okay. So we'll have a 2-year sunset.
To the date or fiscal year or?
To June 30 of 2024.
I don't think we need as long for Article 4. Years probably.
Yeah.
Good for that.
I think so too.
Additional town meeting required.
June 30th of 2023.
That sound all right, Archie?
Yeah.
Okay, with regard to Article 6, as you saw from the FinCom booklet, they had their split votes, and that all happened prior to the decision to kind of somewhat genericize the language. And it was talked about at the joint meeting, but by that point, there was no longer a quorum of the FinCom. So I do intend to write the FinCom a memo and ask them on their pre-meeting on Saturday morning to reconsider and to take a single vote up or down on this article. It's going to be up to them if they want to do that, but they haven't done that. And since they hadn't working with primarily Nathan on the booklet, I wanted to, that is how they voted. So I didn't want to paper over that. But I thought Casey raised some, really valid points in terms of.
So I don't recall what it says in the FinCom booklet.
So it basically, they had favorably recommended all ingredients of this other than the greeting station. And so if you add that all up, they would like to take about $7,400 out of the article.
Next article in question, if there wasn't any other comments on that, would be the Article 3 in the annual. And the school committee is meeting tomorrow to vote on the new budget.
Yeah, so that's a really big point. If they vote a new budget and give us a new assessment, it would make sense to reduce what goes to the voters on Saturday.
I think it's 777 now. Right? The budget.
Is what?
The school budget right now is at 77. I think.
What do you mean 7.7?
In the thing, I'm about to 7.7 million.
I've got the booklet right here.
So we just have to listen to the article.
Well, so it would be, that would, procedurally, that would be putting a hold on the school budget and then proposing to reduce, it wouldn't change the capital assessment, it would change their expense budget.
Yeah.
So it would be putting a hold on line 23 of the budget. So I'm looking on page 5 of the packet of the booklet. So if the school assessment line is reduced from 7,767,169, then it would make sense to put a hold on that and then propose a revised number based on whatever comes out of tomorrow night's school committee meeting.
Yeah.
Release the agenda. I assume they have.
Yeah, they would have
Right
had to.
now, yeah.
Okay, so we have a plan there. I mean, it will be a new number. I think. It definitely will be a new number. So,
So the water commissioners, note,
Mhm.
should we add some kind of language so that this doesn't have to be made every year?
I think we ought to have like a bylaw. Like there's a remarkably little, other than the 1936 Water Act, there's next to no governing documents to do with anything to do with the operations of the water department. Like if you look at other towns in terms of how rates are set and all of that, it's very surprising to me that there's no bylaw that sets that out. Yeah, I mean, I think this is kind of a clumsy way to do it. I mean, you know, if you feel that the vote that was taken last year is kind of binding on a going forward basis, that could just be communicated to the Board of Water Commissioners.
As opposed to reading the old motion to say.
Yeah.
The old motion dams going forward until revised.
I think that until there's some other mechanism in place to make sure it happens, I mean, it's one article. I think it's-
Yeah. I mean, I think, that's the intent. I think that's a good way to make sure it doesn't get, kind of lost over time.
Meaning, I guess I'm not sure what you mean.
I mean, unless we have a bylaw or something else that makes sure that they have to have a hearing for the rates to increase, we should just do it. Because as the board of commissioners changes, and this board changes.
Yeah. So then we'll lose the standing joke that we've never been. Of course, we lost that last year.
Yeah, I mean, last year, the board gave some consideration to talking about some kind of regional engagement in this. The statute does, or the 1936 Water Act does provide the town meeting shall set instructions, rules and regulations for the Board of Water Commissioners, but I don't know if that's really timely this year, but.
Well, we've talked about it for at least 2 years.
Yeah, but what does it mean? Like it becomes kind of subjective. I think the way to get to where we're trying to get to in the current form of government is to try to build some consensus or to try to understand what might be gained by regional collaboration. I think, and those discussions really can't go forward in a meaningful way without the participation of the water
Right, which is
department or commission.
why the instruction is important.
Yeah.
I mean, I was cart before the horse kind of thing. They need to be instructed. The Board of Water Commissioners, I think, needs to be instructed to explore regionalization before you really figure out what the benefit might be. It seems like things just get discounted without any, based on, one or two people's impressions, which might be right, but.
What article is the study?
That was on the special. That was Article 1 on the special.
The one of the specials for water.
Yeah, that's.
Oh,
So
sorry,
I was just wondering if that's the way
the water.
to ask for regionalization to be examining that, or at least address. We're doing a water rate study as well. Change the scope. So how would you phrase that? Instructions to consider regionalization.
I think the words we could explore, to explore opportunities for regionalization.
Or regional collaboration.
Yeah, I mean, that's, yeah, better way to phrase it, regional collaboration.
I like that, regional collaboration.
Because I think, the assumption in the past, it seems, has been, what might we get from somebody, like, who might we buy water from? Or structure some other agreement, but at some point, we might have something to offer somebody else. And, if we should start dialogue, you don't know where it might lead. All you really know is that if you never start dialogue, it's gonna go nowhere.
So we have 2 instructions?
Or, I mean, I think your suggestion, Wendy, of putting it within that makes sense, because there's a budget there. And yeah, it's not within the scope they provided, but it's a, it's a pretty healthy budget, and it may only end up being a couple of meetings. We certainly don't want it to derail the, large amount of work funded by this. But even having a couple of facilitated meetings, it helps start the conversation with and takes advantage of the knowledge of whoever the consultant is.
You don't think that would get lost in the in the uptake in town meeting, if that's included in the article, and that part of the article?
Are you saying in terms of voters kind of understanding the intent of it, or?
Right. What was the number again?
So it's Article 1 of the special is the funding article, and then.
So are you saying there would be an instruction to do that, or that we would?
Well,
the motions?
It would be, I kind of like your idea of within the motion, because there's the study, but you could put it in the instruction alternatively. That would probably be a more prominent way to do
Yeah,
it.
it seems to me that would stand out better. I mean, this.
Yeah, no, I think you're right, and yeah, where the scope for the study kind of emerged from some collaborative work between the boards. Granted, the topic of regional collaboration was introduced and not really well received by the Board of Water Commissioners. But I don't think anyone wants to do anything that's like trying to undercut. We did work toward something together.
Right.
And no one's looking to upset the apple cart with that.
Absolutely not, no.
The motion on Article 1 is quite long, and I think it would be better with the instructions, because it's sort of like concise there, whereas there's a lot going on in Article 1.
Yeah, it's just because there's the page break that it's not clear.
But the instruction would be specifically to include that in the study, right? Or just explore it in general.
I think just explore it in general. I mean, sort of opening a topic where we don't know what we need to allocate for funds yet. I mean, the study, I think the study is important in its own right, and I don't think we would want to burden it with, seems to me, shouldn't, we have a proposal for a cost of the study and whatever fact, that's not the right word, but, there was, an additional amount recommended by the consultant, based on sort of, contingency money, but I don't think we should be allocating that in advance, personally.
I don't think we should be changing the parameters of the study now, because maybe they haven't factored that in or something. No.
But I think if that instruction is given more broadly, it would, sure would be nice to, if it can be done within the budget, to at least have like 2 facilitated meetings between the communities and the key people, just to talk about what benefit you know, what are the pros and cons?
I agree, yeah.
Yeah, but I like the idea of a separate instruction. I think it stands out better. And then how that's implemented is going to be something that would work, you know, the board would work with the new Board of Water Commissioners. So
Remember, we're gonna have, we have new people on the board and ultimately a new superintendent. So there is gonna be some new thought processes there.
don't they have a posted meeting tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't notice what time it was.
I think it's 10 a.m.
Yeah.
I wonder, hopefully it's there,
Yeah, they had a conversation with him prior, I believe.
So I guess the question is, it sounds like you do want to do last year's motion. And so then it sounds like you'd also like to do something about, to direct or instruct the water commissioners to explore opportunities that may result from further regional collaboration. Do you want to weave that into this language, or? Yeah, I think you really need to. It would be a single motion. So I think you'd read this and then make a dramatic pause.
Right.
And instruct the Board of Water Commissioners.
Or we could even say there are two instructions.
Yeah.
When do you have to practice?
All right, what's the next one? That's the question.
Article 14,
14.
where would the money be coming from?
Yeah, and my recollection was that this was going to be free cash, but I mean, not to get too much into the weeds, but when I was doing the CIC appendix in the FinCom booklet, I followed the same formatting we'd done last year, where we gave kind of the total request from stabilization and then kind of backed out the amount. This is page 25 of the FinCom booklet. And then I backed out the portion that's coming from water retained earnings. And Rick, you're on CIC. So you remember at the first meeting that Mike Couttet was at, he kind of questioned whether the study should even be before CIC. And depending on how you read the bylaw, it should or it shouldn't, but it was, and that was fine. But I wanted to kind of present a single bottom line of what's coming out of stabilization, or what they recommended, and then back out what's coming out of stabilization. And I had a draft where I backed out the 25,000, but CIC did recommend that it is above the dollar threshold. It would be eligible, and I just couldn't totally remember. I think the intent was that be paid from free cash, but I didn't want to further complicate this chart and then have to reverse it. So I figured the more conservative thing for that and for this table at the end of the FinCom booklet with sources was just put it in capital stabilization. If the motion is from free cash, I don't think anyone's going to squawk about that.
Yeah.
But it was literally just, I felt like it would make this table even messier. And because I didn't, have like a good, clear record of what it was, I figured it'd be easier to say stabilization and then switch to free cash than the other way around. It changes the vote threshold. Yeah. But I think, the bigger kind of, the question is, I think it's totally appropriate to pay for these kinds of things out of stabilization, but I don't know historically if that's been done much. I think a lot of these soft cost studies and things, and even engineering, have typically come from free cash.
Yeah.
And if there was an intent to start paying those out of stabilization, might we need
Start putting
to,
more money in stabilization.
exactly,
Right, so.
yeah, and, but also start to account for those soft costs. Which gets really complicated with that capital table.
Yeah, I think, sometimes those soft costs, this is necessary, but I think sometimes soft costs come up with shorter visibility timeframe. If you realize you have a problem and you need to fund an engineering study. I don't know, I guess I'm just wondering if they make more sense coming out of free cash if they can.
I think it's a good free cash article.
Yeah.
And I think that was the intent. And I will tell you, on the prior versions of this, this summer, this impact on town accounts, everything up until this one, it showed it from free cash. But just before I went to print, I wasn't, like I said, I felt it would be better received by the voters to advertise it from stabilization and then make a motion for free cash, and the other way around. I could see someone crying foul if it said free cash and then you're voting stabilization. And I just wasn't sure. And so I erred on the side of caution. So those are the little things that make this thing take time.
Yeah, I'm good with free cash for it.
I think it's good. All right.
Archie?
Free cash.
Great.
And close out the cash.
Yeah. So in the FinCom booklet, it does say capital, but that's a minor thing.
Those are supplemental. Item K.
Let's see. Oh, no, there's nothing that was, so are we good with the motions? Okay, if anyone finds anything before Saturday, just send them along, because we could have the pre-meeting if there was any housekeeping. Yeah, that's.
I believe we'll meet with Casey this week.
Oh, good.
We can have a conversation about that.
Great. Okay, so Kay, Rick, did you want to?
Yeah, so, I guess about a year ago now, I had suggested that we essentially there'd be a policy that we establish an account for, a revolving fund for any revenues from solar or renewable energy generation, and that would be used specifically for, over time for energy improvements to, with the expectation that eventually we can get our own buildings to be all electric, all systems electric, and ultimately trying to get to net zero for the town operations. And so I was going to write something up to sort of formalize it more. But I talked with Angus and he pointed out that there may be some difficulty in that currently, the benefit received in the town, the largest part of the benefit received in the town using Main Street solar as an example, is from energy credits. credit for the value of the power that's generated, getting more money for that than, actually, we pay less for that than we get credited by the utility. That's the way it works, is the utility credits us a certain amount for the energy produced, and then we pay Amoresco, who we have the power purchase agreement with, we pay Amoresco for that energy at a lower rate than we get credited by the utility. And that's the majority of the financial gain each year. So it isn't cold cash that's being given to us. It's actually credit that goes on our bill that then offsets other costs that we have for the utility, pays for other bills. So, how do you monetize that so that it's actually dollars that you can put into a revolving fund? We don't, of course, we don't know for any other future systems that we do in the future. We don't know exactly what the terms will be on those. We don't know if it would be a similar situation, or if perhaps it would be a community solar where participants in the community solar would actually be paying money that could then maybe be transferred to us as cash. It's really just an open question, and I wanted to point it out because we do have an article which, if it passes, we'll be looking at a handful of sites in town, and perhaps in the next couple of years we'll be developing more solar on one or more of those. So I guess this is really more something just to think about at this point in time. How will we actually do this, and how do we achieve the benefit that we're looking for? Currently, any financial gain from the existing system just goes into general fund, or it doesn't go directly in general fund. It goes into credits, like I said, and it reduces our expenditures. So there's a net financial gain, but it isn't in the form of cash.
So there's no accounting way to take advantage of that?
Well, so what I was going to suggest is if those, and this is actually just the exact same concept we talked about last summer and early fall on the chapter land, and when those back taxes come in, I say exactly what I said then. If you did an annual accounting of what was the net benefit, and then appropriated that through an article from free cash into a designated fund, you could do that. You would just need to do that accounting each year. Yeah. And it wouldn't be an automatic thing.
Okay.
How big a project would it be?
Small. I mean, I do.
Rick has his head around this stuff in a way that no one on staff does.
It isn't a big deal.
He could teach us.
You get these two bills, and you take the numbers from the bills, and you track, you put them in a spreadsheet, and at the end of the year, I just do it on a rolling basis, where every month, the last 12 months, but you can look back 5 or 6, however many years it's been since the system was installed. It's easy to do. No mystery.
Yeah, well, and I think with the new proposed DPW position, part of that is to expand staff capacity on things like green communities reporting, and because Rick will be he knows this very well because he does it. The town relies really heavily on volunteer support with regard to green communities specifically to do mandated functions that we as a town have agreed to do, but that we've since, our first conversation about this in probably July or August of 2018, he's been clear, and there hasn't been anyone, to do the work with the time and the expertise, really both. It's not just the time, it's both. So we've made a little bit of headway with making some minor adjustments to 1 or 2 staff members. And I think we've put in place some, somewhat more efficient ways to gather for the Green Communities annual report. But it's something Rick and I have been talking about for probably 2 years, of that at some point, the town has to be properly staffed to do this stuff and not rely on a good-natured volunteer. So I think this is kind of similar. Like, I think if this new position's hired and really becomes like a point person on reporting for, the green communities and to the extent, there's going to be other reporting for whether climate change resiliency or MVP or like the greenhouse gas emission inventory that is going to need to be updated annually. That's part of the intent of this position, is to actually, broaden our capacity. So that's not like just some one more thing Wayne has to do, which isn't, he doesn't have more time. And so, yeah, I think the accounting probably, once we're taught and once we have someone who can do it regularly and not be, drowning, it doesn't sound like it's hard to do.
Yeah.
But right now, like, for me or one of the, town accountant forever to get our head around the structure of this deal. I know Mike McCarron showed me the 3-ring binder once, and maybe it's not that complicated, but it's a little daunting. Like, you'd have to spend some time and no one has like a day to sit and read something that was approved years ago. Like, it's like we're dealing with today's crises today. So, but I think, we're going to be in a better place if the budget passes.
So then that's something that would be tracked for the entire fiscal year, and then at town meeting, the vote would be, or an article would be to transfer that to.
Yeah, I think that's the idea. Yeah, is to put that benefit kind of, revolving, reinvest it in further renewable initiatives.
Or probably more like conservation or converting existing systems over to, so we have the policy now to not install new fossil fuel burning systems, but and currently it's just set up to fund those through normal mechanisms, but this is
now, if a future deal was structured where there was a payment rather than a credit, then you could definitely set up a revolving fund.
Yeah.
And I think, Rick, you said that could potentially happen.
Well, I think that, I have no experience with it, but I think that there are ways to structure an agreement where that can, depends upon who the off taker of the energy is. If you're selling the energy to somebody else, or selling the right to the energy to somebody else, then you would get compensated for that. And conceivably, if there was energy on the field behind Page School that we talked about previously, last year that we didn't go forward with, but if there was something installed there and the school district was the off taker, and because it provided a financial advantage to the school, then then they would pay us for the energy, and that could then be basically a cash payment.
Yeah, if there's actual revenue coming in, it would be very easy to put that through a revolving fund. But with the current structure, it's not set up that way.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, I guess that's about it for, we're not gonna make any kind of decision on that. Select board meeting schedule. So, I'm not gonna be here for what's currently scheduled to be the next meeting.
And I know you've told me 5 times, but what was the date that you come back?
I'll be back on the 30th.
30th, okay.
But actually, I'll be back on the 29th.
Okay.
I'm back the day before Memorial Day.
Got it, great.
So if, I don't know if a meeting could be pushed out a week. I don't have to be there. There's 2 is a quorum.
Well, that's interesting. So what I'd suggest to kind of looking ahead, and you don't need to go through Labor Day. It's just, it's nice to kind of have some kind of, just for planning purposes. So I'd suggested if you postpone what would normally be Tuesday, June 21st, not Monday because of Juneteenth being recognized on the 20th, a week, and then go bi-weekly, that way you're avoiding the 4th of July. You're also having a meeting the day out right after Labor Day, which is, I think, historically, every time I can remember we always meet the Tuesday after Labor Day.
However,
What?
I hate that.
Oh, you hate that, Archie?
Yeah.
I'm going with Archie. Yes, terrible.
It's an election.
It's an
Is
election.
it what, primary?
It's the primary.
Is there a big election this one?
September 6th is the Democratic and Republican primaries.
Okay,
For
all right.
Governor, Congress, House, Senate, et cetera, et cetera.
That's the day after Labor Day?
But yeah, thank you.
That's crazy.
That would be the Secretary of State's decision. Yep.
So I think, I put in here the dates that I know I can't make it. And then I think July 5th is probably not a good day to have a meeting, is my guess.
As long as we can skip the Labor Day.
Although I don't personally have any problem with July 5th.
Although we'll just spend July 4th weekend.
Yeah, hopefully it would. Well, actually, that's a really good point because June 3rd, the end of the fiscal year is a huge crunch, nothing to do with board packets. So that's actually a really good point because I'm sure I'll be straight out, and so it probably would, I probably wouldn't have the packet done until that weekend. So yeah, so I think, let's say you postponed the 21st to the 27th, the 5th to the 11th. I don't know. This is
it works out for everything else except for this.
except for the But yeah, August 15 to 19, I will definitely be on Cape Cod. We definitely have a cottage. So that is a hard, that's bought and paid for. So
Just looking forward.
I'd rather do the 11th, move it so that it's not the 5th, that of the day after the 4th. And that's better for you, Angus. You don't want to be doing.
and I think it's better for the I think it's better for everyone, for like the public too. The other thing I'm thinking about is with fiscal year ends, we're definitely going to we always have some line item transfers, and those require both FinCom and Select Board votes.
Yeah, and what's that, the 15th we have to do it by?
Correct.
So that gives us
That's
like
it, yeah.
3 days before that, so that's okay.
Yeah, so having till the 10th is a lot better, because there's no way those would be done for the 5th.
No,
At that point, we're still processing or have just finished processing the year-end invoices, so all that accounting hasn't been done yet.
So it would work out better for November. So it would be
you're looking that far
I'm
out.
looking that
November.
if we
November.
adjust the whole calendar that way we don't have a select board meeting prior to the November election, which I appreciate. And then it would land on
We can revisit this. I think if we can at least pin down, like maybe the next 5 meeting dates, like, or May, June, July, at least May, June.
I think your proposal sounds fine.
Okay, and then maybe,
September 6th.
we'll see how it goes. We might want to have a meeting on the 29th. Really, because for two things, two reasons I say that. One is that's right around the time we're going to want to be not necessarily closing the warrant, but closing in on the fall town meeting warrant. So going 3 weeks between meetings isn't going to be realistic at that time of year. The other thing is if I'm out the 15th to 19th, I think we could still have a productive meeting on the 22nd, but some amount of things will come in that week that, you know, there might be a backlog. So if we went to like August 22nd, August 29th, and then went to September 12th. I mean, no one's going to want to do back-to-back meetings, but I think we're going to probably need to realistically.
Okay, so let's figure out, we haven't figured out, we're talking about November, we haven't figured out what we're doing in May. Let's figure out.
We just did it.
So I think what we're looking at is May 23rd, June 6th, then basically the skipped week would be in June, which is not a bad thing from my standpoint with all the things coming to a head, including the wage study and the safety audit and so forth. So June 21st would go to June 27th. And then it would just be bi-weekly from there until August 22nd. And then it would be the following week, the 29th, and then go bi-weekly. And then, you know, we'll revisit for the fall.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't want to think too far ahead.
Yeah, but I don't want to lose track here. So we got 6/27 and then bi-weekly from there. So.
Yeah, so July 11, 7/11, 7/25, 8/8, 8/22, and 8/29. And, you know, there's bound to be, you know, 1 or 2 special meetings thrown in or more, you know, for things that come up. But in terms of a base meeting schedule, this is helpful.
So will you put that on the website now?
Yeah, what I do roughly every 6 months, I pre-populate the next 6 months of meeting dates. I usually do it right around the end of the calendar year and the end of the fiscal year. Now that we have a full-time assistant town clerk, I think it'll be more like a regular thing, but to this point, it's been me doing that. Former town clerk didn't really do the website.
Really?
Actually, I'll say most of the news and announcements you've seen for the last couple of weeks, Jim has done. So that's been a real nice. He just took a bow, Archie.
All right.
Great. Moving right along.
I'm just making sure that this is a sum of the weddings. At that point where, you know, all my nieces and nephews and my friends' kids are. So it's gonna be a long few years.
Yeah, I mean, if any of you see conflicts, you know, this is kind of to pencil them in. It's not like set in stone, but I did want to be proactive about a couple of the known conflicts on my calendar. Yeah, the last day of school is June 15th, so it's going to be really nice to you know, really have some nice family time kind of right after school. Two sets of minutes, only one was agended, so the other, if you've read it and are ready, you could add to the agenda, or if not, we could push that back. But
First one, I'll move to add the other
great.
one.
I ain't gonna do the other one.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so I would move to accept the minutes of April 11, 2022. As discussion, I did have a couple of things, but
You said some names.
yeah, there were some names. three different names.
Spence. It says Spence. instead
Right,
of Spencer.
exactly, Spence instead of Spencer. That was multiples.
Sorry, where's that?
I'm trying to.
Oh,
find-
Spence.
Oh, I see
Lee
it. There's one
Spencer.
on page 49. You can do just a search and
Yeah,
replace.
just-
Yeah, I see it in a couple of,
In that same-
yeah, I'm seeing actually at least three
I can
places.
give these notes to Rebecca. She can adjust them.
Oh, and then, on page, 50, it's Nancy Powell, it says Nancy Powell here. And again, it's multiple occurrences,
Spell Powell for me.
PAU.
PAU, yeah. And it's spelled here, it says Powell, like POW.
Yep. Yeah, Rebecca's working off of
Yeah, audio. So yeah, that's,
questionable audio
yeah,
recordings.
no,
No, I
that's
think
all.
these minutes are really good.
Yeah, no, they are, they're actually really good minutes. But names like that can be hard to pick up. And there was one other.
On page 54, Jen, the last item. It said that Reed stated that it was an enforcement issue and the town did not have a bylaw. That's not correct.
We do.
So maybe just say,
I'll double check them, what it was. That's why I have to have the mic a little closer. It's very hard to listen.
I don't know any other names.
There was one, there were three different names that I saw that were.
Under the announcements, the second bullet, the website name is just misspelled.
Oh, myopia in the heading of 47. I feel like I'm doing a Where's Waldo here.
What?
There's a PH.
Oh.
There's just no H.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna, if I remember right, it's a single occurrence of the name, wasn't, and
Yeah.
so I'm not gonna worry about it.
And so if it's approved with clerical errors, like fixed for the clerical error, then just when you find it.
Yeah.
Okay, so, as advised, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, we'll put the others on the next agenda for those that came in after we had posted.
She's actually should be done with the next set. as well.
I see
Maybe
a
I'll try, my travels, I
DWP.
might try an Archie. See if I can read the entire packet on my phone.
Yeah, I got the password.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, so I didn't have time today to do a compilation of the direction you guys had given me. I had, some things come up. So, I would, like I said in the memo, I definitely want to work with a new chair. I think that, I feel like we're somewhat better organized in some ways now than I feel like we have been in the 4 years I've been here in terms of going forward, of trying to get toward where there's kind of like a unified work program. So, you know, not tonight, but I feel like, you know, I feel like we're a little bit better, you know, organized. So I think if we can work over the course of the next 3 meetings between now and the end of the fiscal year, and hopefully go back to like how they used to do it actually before I got here. I feel like, Archie, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't it typically like July and August that the board would basically do goal setting for the fiscal year with the departments and things?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So I think if the board and my office are kind of put out like proposed priorities and then like invite input and discussion of that, that could be a good way to start the fiscal year, and including trying to draw out ideas people may have for either of the town meetings more proactively, instead of kind of sometimes hearing about things in December or January for the May town meeting. You know, if we can start to get onto more of a fiscal year, trying to, okay, what do we want to do this fiscal year? And so I think we're getting there. There's a lot of content. A lot of this is known to you, to your board. It's all in the public realm, but I don't pretend people are like digging into our archives on the website. They can, some residents are finding that and starting to find some of the value in that. But I think if we can kind of take advantage of that, we're a little bit better organized and kind of broaden the, you know, hopefully try to build some, you know, alignment. But yeah, so what I'm going to do is take the input that each of you gave me, apply it to these, you know, 111 items. I'd like to add to this the things that have come up since then, because there have been not a ton, but I think there've probably been at least 5 or 6 kind of new items that weren't really on our radar in February, but now are part of, you know, even, you know, some of what came up on the water, or even, I don't know if we had anything about the like revolving fund for, you know, there's a bunch of things we can kind of build out just to be intentional about what we want to get done. I think at the staff level, there's, you know, I've talked to Rick pretty regularly. I feel like there's better coordination and communication now than definitely like even 6 months ago. I think some of the staffing changes and some of the really proactive staff we have are there. I think we're closer to kind of alignment than we have been. So, you know, I'd love to, as part of kind of getting this over the finish line, is build this out with the, you know, the right side of it with the different department heads and who's kind of lead and who's support. You know, it's a lot of work to put that all together, but I do think it'll pay off. And I think the department heads will really welcome that because it will help that it won't just feel like chaos and 100 things, that it'll be more organized. Yeah, I mean, you know, this new downtown, this $250,000 earmark, I mean, that becomes another project that we've got to, you know, it's going to impact Wayne and, you know.
Right. And that has to be used by the end of
the fiscal year. Yeah. Yeah. Like that's a lot of money to, yeah, I mean, that probably means, I don't know what you know, that might mean trying to get engineering funding in the fall. And if it's on I don't know if it's on I haven't had time to research it. So I don't know if it's on
One of the things we need to look at is flexibility in both the use of those funds and use of, say, Chapter 90 funds. Because if Chapter 90 funds have greater flexibility, and this money could be used to offset what would be done with Chapter 90 funds, then maybe that would make sense.
Well, are you talking about the WRAP, the winter funds?
Oh, that's right, yeah, it's that program, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, there's a couple of them.
I'm getting, this is like, it's bizarre.
It
It's like
is.
money dropping out of the sky.
And they're from 3 different agencies. Like one of these is from DOR, one's from DEP, and one's from, I think, like administration and finance, I think. Or yeah, it is. It's a lot to try to get our heads around. So, but yeah, I think one thing, just if you think of things, or when I think of things, just we'll write them down and just try to build this out and get this current. Even from the last few months, new things that have come up. Yeah. Any more to say about that? Not much. But that sounds like a good timetable. Okay. So then the next item, I'd been talking to Leah about the one stop. I think it's due June 2nd. So I think we'd like to have something on the next meeting on the 23rd. June 3rd. So, but the basic idea is to seek funding to help us explore, whether and how the MBTA legislation could work in West Newbury. I do have some concern about that, just based on experience with DHCD over the last couple of decades, is they do have a pre-qualified consultant list. Those consultants do tend to toe the party line. And, but that's not a bad thing, because I don't know if, meaning they'll try to find a way to make it work, even if it's a square peg in a round hole. But I think just the exercise of doing that would help to illustrate if it could in fact work, or if it's a square peg in a round hole, and they would, we would just need to make sure that the consultant was fully apprised and properly had the proper professional qualifications to really understand, like, for instance, the water issues.
Yeah.
Which if someone looks at in a really superficial way could be really unhelpful. So.
Yeah, no, I think it's, I think it's hard to imagine how that can work in West Newbury, but until somebody objectively looks at it, I don't think any of us can objectively look at it. But until somebody objectively looks at it.
We don't know ultimately whether they're going to put tweaks in this whole plan, because I'm sure there's been massive feedback negatively to the agency. So we'll see what happens.
Is there a timetable for responses to comments or revisions or anything to finalize the regulation?
I don't recall that they ever specified a timetable, and I believe there is I'm pretty sure there's a deadline at the end of the calendar year. No, for each community to set out how they intend to proceed.
So we have to just assume it's gonna be as written.
The comment period is open, and they've been getting.
Is it still open? No, I think it closed. The comment period
The
closed.
comment is over, I think.
Yeah. They have not reissued anything.
I don't think they've even done like clarifications on points or anything like that. Usually after a comment period, you would get like rebuttal on major points. I don't think they've come up with that yet. By the way, we also have a representative on the MBTA advisory board.
Oh, yeah, actually, another thing for our list, this whole idea of the cherry sheet MBTA allocation there's the ability to have that go to the MVRTA. That was something that Jim had talked about a couple of weeks ago, and
I asked the
like that.
Department of Revenue, and I got a big fat no.
Oh.
They said not possible at all. And then I talked to Noah again from the MVRTA, and he says immediately it's a no. But like, it's like if we decide to take a chartered course on this is what we want to do with the money instead, it's like a 2-3 year process. But if we decided to do something like that, then we could. So the immediate answer is no, it can't be done right now, but long-term.
So what would be the long-term net result of that then? Would it be?
more
potentially-
funding towards the MVRTA
Yeah, okay.
versus us giving money to the MBTA. But I'd need to get down into the details. with
Yeah.
the-
Remind me, orders of magnitude, what money? We're talking like 20 grand?
Not a lot of money, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
On the cherry sheet, orders of magnitude. It's
Yeah.
Somewhere in that
But we
neighborhood.
can talk about that a little bit more
Yeah.
later, since we're doing, I guess, the whole MVRTA.
So, yeah, I definitely haven't seen anything, and I'm not seeing anything on quick review on the MBTA communities for any updated guidelines. It's really hard to see how between now and December 31st, there's like a cohesive plan to go forward. So, but I think the first step would be to try to get the one-stop grant, get a consultant under contract, and but to do that in a serious way, I mean, this is going to need to be on the short list of projects for the first half of FY23, whether we like it or not.
So is this a planning board initiative or is this your office?
Well, I'm designated. I'm the one who's got to report to MBT to DHCD, by the deadline, and so I'm the one who's going to get the emails from them of like reminding me of the deadline. so it's as you know, it's intertwined with workload and kind of who sets the policy direction. I think if the select board said it's a planning board initiative, the planning board's got, there's the bandwidth issues, and I think, they've got a lot of initiatives that would have to kind of be pushed aside to make room for this. But when I was a town planner, it definitely would have been a planning initiative, but it's different with a full-time, planning department.
So what level of effort is required to apply for this grant?
I don't think the application, well, I don't know. I mean, we already did a narrative when we submitted the statement of interest. I don't know, have they issued the actual grant application? I doubt applying for it is going to be a big deal. If we get it, it's going to be scoping and consultant selection, although the MBTA will probably, or the DHCD will probably largely prescribe what the scope is. And you will probably have to pick someone off their list, and it will probably have a defined timeline that will align with the December 31st. And so it'll be our job to make it something other than a cookie cutter formulaic process, which is partly consultant selection and partly consultant management.
There's like 50 hidden acres out there that nobody knows about.
All right, so then stormwater bylaw, as you know, there's active review of how the new bylaw may apply to development that's already at some stage of progress. Typically, we're talking about single family homes that disturb more than an acre of land, or land that was held in common ownership as of April 1st, which was the date of effect of the bylaw. But that, so like A&R lots that in the aggregate would disturb more than 1 acre. So I think the direction is going to be to work with legal to try to secure some technical support from a stormwater engineering firm to review, in fact, how we can advance the objectives of the bylaw, hopefully in the most streamlined way possible for both landowners and staff. So I'll be working with key department heads on that.
Just, sorry, going back to the one stop. Just participating in the MVPC application impact our chances for.
So that's really for the housing production plan update.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but I didn't know if there's a limit on how many grants a year through that agency or different programs.
Oh, is there grant through One Stop?
Yeah, maybe one stop.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, I hadn't made that connection. I actually kind of put this in just because it's all part of the bigger whole on housing planning.
I mean, we wouldn't be directly the applicant, right? Or-
Yeah, I really don't think so, but I don't know. That's a good question. I think we definitely want to be part of the MVPC group because I think that's the only way we're going to get our housing production plan updated. I mean, you can see their response to us was so superficial, like incredibly superficial.
Rubber stamp.
And that just, I mean, that's with the MBTA legislation. Right from the first time we heard about it, we said the state doesn't have the staff to administer this based on the number of communities affected.
Yeah.
There's no way they have the manpower to efficiently or to timely process all these grants and all these. Anything else about the stormwater? All right. The winter recovery assistance program. This is, brand new notice. We haven't really digested it. Oh, yeah. So this was, Rick had a really good suggestion on this one. Wasn't this the one you were saying maybe that guardrail on Farm Lane?
Possibly.
Although, there's a lot of fine print in terms of whether that would be eligible.
There used to be a guardrail, and maybe it's still there, down in the last several hundred feet from Main Street up Farm Lane. Maybe there is a guardrail.
All right, so reimbursement-based program, that suggests we're going to need to appropriate the funds at the fall town meeting.
And then get the money back.
And enter an agreement with DOT before incurring any costs. So we can't incur any costs until we appropriate the funds. That's a lot of money to spend in the last 7 months of the fiscal year.
Yeah.
When every other community in the state's looking to spend their RAP money by the end of the fiscal year.
Yeah. Or you get your contractors to do all kinds of.
Say Charlie's trying to get that money out the door before he leaves.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough formula.
I've never seen so many decimal points. I mean, real, how many decimal points is that?
More than you've seen.
And 5 of the last 6 numbers are 0. But that, I'd love to find it, like, okay, it's not
15.
10th, 100th, what is the,
What
what's
is
the
that
correct?
What is that decimal point? That's amazing.
Jen, if you're still with us, we're on page 60 of the supplemental packet.
I think it's actually.
It's actually the primary packet.
5. The two is incorrect here. I measured that the other day.
We should let them know, Archie. We should get their record for them. He walked every inch.
Yeah.
It's what, 5,460 feet in a mile. So
5,280.
528. Is it 5280? How am I wrong on that? Man,
Because
I used to know these things.
Why would
So
you
point-
care about that?
Well, because I'm seeing how many
You just Google
feet
it.
this.
That's what Google's for. I don't need to know how many feet are in a mile. I know how many meters are in a kilometer, because that's easy math.
Are you really checking?
Next.
Well, no one's saying anything.
Next
So 1,
item.
2, 3.
It's like they've measured the length of the streets to the micron.
Well, it's an extra $5. So.
It's measured to the nearest quadrillionth of a mile.
There you go. That's what that 31 cents is. That funding brokerage.
So, yeah, so this is gonna be tricky. You know, our new person can help us. I mean, these are the kinds of things. This is, we need help with this.
So we actually have to, it says it has to be done by June 23rd. So we actually have to, would the project have to have been finished? Or it's unclear what,
Yeah, the spending deadline.
Yeah, the spending has to be
we
complete. by
have
June
to
30th.
give out, it seems like it would have to be done because we'd have to have spent the money to then get reimbursed. So we'd literally, it would have to be finished.
Yes,
Would this be like if we were brewing someone's lawn with salt? Like, would it be something like that? Like,
no,
would it be
no,
like-
no.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I mean, I'm
It's
thinking, you know, it seems like things like, you know, well, I don't want to speculate. There's a lot of
So did
fun.
Wayne have any, did he see this?
This just came in a week ago today. Like,
Mailboxes.
For everybody.
Granite posts.
Can't lose a single mailbox if they're all granite posts.
So, yeah, I did follow one of the links last week, you know, when Rick and I were meeting, and, you know, one of the things was a Excel spreadsheet with a lot of, kind of similar to the Green Communities one with all the tabs, and but it seemed to show that things like crosswalks and pad activated, you know, signals and all of that seems to be part of what is eligible. It's a matter of, can we get this stuff?
For new, I thought it was just preservation. or
Rehabilitation, reconstruction, resurfacing, or preservation. Yeah, you know, we're gonna need to dig into this.
Should be installing now, and then when they get ruined over the winter, we can fix them up.
So. Yeah, Jim, if you, now that you're gonna have a full-time assistant, if you, if you have some
I have
downtime.
nothing else to do.
The election's done, so
Yeah.
if you have time to dig into it before I do,
Officially certify.
That would be great.
I need to
that would be great.
put into LS,
Just saying.
DLS, the new chairperson. I have to-
So,
All right.
do we have any actionable items in the product from the study being done up between Page and Pipe State?
We have been advised by TEC that the conceptual plan that will result from their study is going to be sufficient to pursue a Safe Routes to Schools construction grant next, which would be due next. A grant application would be, I think, like it was late fall, I want to say, like October, November. Might there be anything that could be carved out of that and done as like an initial phase?
So
That's a
Safe
good
Routes to
question.
Schools, is there like a matching component to that, or is that all?
I don't think so. I think that's a grant where there is no match required. I'm not certain of that, but
It's unlikely, though, that we'd be able to get that done before this,
Yeah.
because there's gonna be, it's on a state highway and everything else.
yeah, I don't know how we go to town meeting to seek an appropriation for $153,000 without having a pretty good idea what that's going to get us. And I don't know how we figure out what that's going to get us without expending some money on engineering.
Right.
This is going to be a tough one. Because no one wants to leave money on the table,
Right.
but we're going to need to really think about how can we, anyhow, it's new information, something to look at. Not a lot of time. Moving right along to the next bucket of money, the DOR. 250,000. So this isn't real money yet. This is proposed. I included both the statewide and the regional and the local. So downtown recovery grants.
So it was confusing how it has total West Bridgewater, you know, location is Newbury. I didn't understand.
I read.
Yeah, I think the town, their town name is at the top first, and then they.
Oh.
Give you a number, no. Locations West Newbury.
Where's West
Downtown recovery.
Yeah, so it's the 579 is the center.
So these three lines, total.
Okay.
I'm sorry, location, downtown recovery grants, and total West Newbury are all, yeah, it's kind of funny the way it's broken out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Potentially, there would be other line, if you could look up earlier, there are other lines that don't total, or we just have the one.
So this is nothing to apply for, they're just saying, I mean, giving it how it was determined.
No,
Why they decided to do that.
no, and you know, as you know, we're that's the smallest amount.
That's the smallest increment, I think. That's the smallest number.
It's
I'm not complaining.
yeah.
I think that's the way they decided our number. It's the smallest number.
But in terms of the you know, the specific purpose, you know, we do put in those lists of priorities through Senator Tarr and Rep Mira. We've never talked about this, the downtown recovery grant. It's just a cookie cutter type.
Right. It leaves a lot of room for imagination.
If it could be used toward water mains. We have some water main replacements, I think, on Maple Street, and also Church Street is
Church Street.
goes right up into the town center, so.
Yeah. And there's actually an engineering study going on
Yep.
for design. I mean,
Yeah.
going on. So
how's downtown defined? Is that the business district or the town offices area?
We don't know. This also came in recently. So. And again, it's proposed. It's not actual yet. It talks about projects identified by communities.
So was this because we did that study of the downtown area?
It's possible. That's probably rattling around in some state agency's database. That's before your time. So yeah, we got some reading to do. Once we get out of town meeting, we've got a pretty full plate of things to learn about. MVRTA, we got a couple of things, and I'll turn it over to Jim on one of them, because he's been going to their meetings as the town's representative and has some interesting news for the second part of the materials.
Yeah, so the first half is about the COA mobility assistance program. The DOT's mobility assistance program. One of the major things that they've been pushing, at least NOAA's been pushing for us smaller communities, is that being able to get a new van for COA. I talked to Christine, she says it's in good shape now, but the lead time on these guys are 2 years, maybe possibly 3, with supply chain issues now. So if in a year we know our van needs to be replaced, we have an option, and it's a pretty good program. It's no frills kind of vehicles that we would get. So if we wanted additional things, we would have to add that on. We'd pay for that. But I think it's a lease from them for like $1. And they would allow us to do maintenance at their facility. We would pay for whatever cost that the maintenance accrues, but they would be able to maintain it for us if needed. And overall, I would say it's a savings for us in the long term of not having to go out and purchase a brand new van and possibly bid for it and things like that.
Well, I noticed that there's a note, they said possible electric options.
Yeah. Well, that again, that's a future thing.
Yeah.
So if in 2 years, for example, if we need to replace the van, I don't know what the state of the van is. Christine,
It's in the capital program for I want to say it's like at least 5 or 6 years out.
It's only about 4 years old.
Yeah.
It's not very old.
So it could last us a while, and this may just be something on the back burner. This is not a program that NOAA foresees them getting rid of. This is very much helping rural communities have mobility. Because if you look at West Newbury, we don't have a bus line, we don't have anything like that, but being able to have a COA van that can help seniors move within the community is a very beneficial program.
Even if we had a bus line, there's no way to move, unless you were, the bus line would, if there was a bus line, would probably run right up
Main
Street.
Yeah.
And, it covers part of town. But
Yeah. But so that would also be the other part of having a COA van, is that you can, that last mile aspect of something where you need to get to the main bus route. And the way to do that is the COA van can pick you up and drop you off at the post office, and then you can pick up the bus there and then go to your destination, because the COA bus doesn't go outside of West Newbury, for example. I'm sure it does, but just as an example.
So this sounds like, I think this is something to keep an eye on for, a couple of years out.
Or God forbid, the van goes away earlier than expected, this is something that we definitely want to keep on the
But
back
the lead
burner
time on the vehicles is pretty long, you said.
right now. Yeah. So this is if we know that the van is going to be replaced in 5 years, then we can start 3 years into when the 5 year needs to be replaced kind of thing.
Yeah.
But so
But then the next part of
gives us plenty of
the
lead.
update, this is actually a change in service, is what I understood.
Yes, so.
So this will interest
That would be
you guys
page.
for sure. 78.
78. So the one good thing about us having a representative on the board is that when Noah said we're gonna have free services throughout the Merrimack Valley for all fixed route services, so that's the big buses driving around, you can ride them for free anywhere in the MVRTA area. I said, well, how much would it cost for us to get the ring and ride free in West Newbury? Because right now it's $2 per ride. So you call, you pay $2 to get to your destination. To get home, you pay $2. We did the numbers, and the total cost of how much they actually gain from West Newbury is somewhere in the 50s of dollars. So it was not a large sum for them to be able to take on. So what ended up happening was we standardized the ring and ride across all communities, which I somehow got appointed as the paratransit chairperson of the subcommittee. And we standardized all ring and ride, which actually is on page 80. It kind of gives you an example of what each community had for a ring and ride. They themselves had to have their own cheat sheet on like what each community had that was different. And so this kind of standardizes everything across the community. You can get a ride in West Newbury to go to any other community in the MVRTA community. There's no restrictions anymore. And now even in communities like Haverhill, if you're a certain mileage away from a fixed route, you can get a ring and ride within Haverhill or in Lawrence or wherever there isn't nearby fixed route service. So it actually expands the services quite a lot. We've added Rowley now. Previously, they were not involved with anything. And it really, they're trying to make it more accessible. And if we can show that there is need, brings us to the next slide of page 79. They just expanded the route from what ended at Riverside Plaza in Haverhill has now been extended to the Groveland Town Hall facility.
Yeah, to the Pines.
So right where that circle is at the Pines is where the bus turns around and heads back to Haverhill. So if we can show that there is a demand, or if there is a demand for services from the MVRTA for people in West Newbury, then there's potential of them looking at saying, extending that route out to Newburyport or creating a new route that goes Newburyport to.
Yeah, that's really, that was funny. I didn't realize where you're going with this when I saw it here, but that's, I think that, you know, it's, I would hope that 4 or 5 years from now, we actually have a bus that runs through town.
Well, and
because I think there will be people, you know, if it's available, there are people who will use it.
And this is a relatively quick turnaround for the extension of this route. Groveland was not attending meetings. I mean, it's just as long as we've been attending meetings, but because of them straightening this route, essentially, as you can see, the dotted lines is where it used to go. They've straightened out the route, so they've shortened the route itself and the time that the bus is on the route. And so now they can extend it out to Groveland and service that additional community and service that area. So it really comes down to if there's a need for service, which they felt there was in Groveland. If there's a need for service in West Newbury, we can extend that out to us as well. So once the service, so the fixed route is free currently. The ring and ride will be free starting January 1, July 1, I apologize. So what it'll come down to is if we can work with Christine, if we can work with people in the community so they understand that this is a free option for people in the community. Currently, there's about 8 consistent riders in West Newbury. So if we can double that, triple that, and show that there's a need.
Yeah.
Christine on board with this and trying to,
I've had very, very brief conversations with Christine, just being like, hey, this is happening.
yeah,
And once they come up with a flyer and kind of promotional material, then I'm gonna really push it on to myself and Christine and say, hey, let's really try to put this out there. We'll make sure it's in the newsletter for, is it June, July? She just put, or was it May?
May and June, she just put
So
out.
we'll make sure it's in the July flyer. We're gonna make sure that when she communicates with her seniors on anything else, that they know that they have this option. Because currently, I don't think we have a van driver.
We don't, no,
So-
it's been really good that she's been really proactive on helping people know what the other transportation options are, because you know, who knew we would lose our driver, but thankfully there are these other things like is it meat?
Yep,
Yeah, that's
a local
kind of
service.
filled the gap.
But now they also plan on doing standardizing ride trips, and hopefully we can do a digital version of that. So like the COA director can put in a ride for somebody. So the person who isn't quite savvy on tech doesn't have to do that, but it takes Christine 5 seconds to do it on her computer at work, and they just say, Christine, you book me a ride. Versus them having to call in, wait, talk to a person, it just would keep things moving quicker. And then anyone who is tech savvy enough to be able to book their own rides. And it's not just seniors, it's people with disabilities, stuff like that.
So, you know, it'd be interesting if at some point in the future, there was, you know, outreach about another topic that was being done, you know, a mailer type hour, however it would be done. If there was a question that included interest in bus service, so on.
Yeah. I mean, I've had this conversation a couple of times with Noah, and his main thing is showing demand.
Right.
And as long as we can show that, he is absolutely open to extending a bus route or maybe even creating a new route as the kind of like a cut through from Newburyport to Haverhill.
Yeah.
As opposed to now you have to go north of the river and you have to go through Merrimack and Amesbury, and it's quite a long route to get to Newburyport now.
Right, exactly. I think it seems to me in the long term that it would really enhance the system to have a connection on this side of the river too.
Yeah. So
to get from Newburyport to say downtown Haverhill or Riverside Plaza or something, it's, you know, probably 3 different buses involved.
More than that. Because it literally is, it's Newburyport to Amesbury, Amesbury to Merrimack, and Merrimack to Haverhill.
Yeah.
And usually there's no one continuous route.
Yeah.
There isn't one continuous route that you can get on every single bus.
so the key will be to show demand.
And I think we have it. It's never been an option before because people didn't want to pay the $2 or
Well, also, we
didn't
don't know,
want to do it. Or,
we don't know we have demand because it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it is, people don't even consider it as an option, but
I think that's mainly what it was, is it was an unknown option. And I think we can show that there is that demand.
All right, next and final topic is just informational, as I think you know, the ANRAD hearing starts a week from tonight. So the town will be represented by the consultant who did the delineation. At this point, I don't have a plan to attend the meeting, but if anyone from the board, you know, plan to attend, I just want to make you aware it's scheduled. I think it's a you know, pretty, my guess is they'll just set a date for a site visit, then do a site visit. So we had a good meeting with Trent Lloyd last week. She was part of the, you know, toward the end of our stormwater meeting. We met for about 45 minutes and really good. I think it was very productive. And she's working on a concept plan. And when she sends that over, that'll be on a future board agenda for review, whether that's for, I don't think we'd put it on May 23rd because you're not going to be, I don't think we'd have it. I don't know if we'd have it by then anyway. So my guess is that would be on one of the June agendas to review her concept drawing or drawings. Well, that was quick.
I think we're done. Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Archie.
Was that a grunt from you, Archie?
Keep going.
That's about it, yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot.